council meeting of the year. And the agenda was issued last Tuesday, 23rd of January, and the supplementary agenda was issued by email to members on Monday, 29th of January, advising of 2 deputation requests received after the publication of the agenda. 3 deputations have been received for today's meeting. They are from Dorothy Ostachini and Robert Stewart, Save Bowness Recreation Group, in regard to item 7, Bowness Recreation Centre update. Francis Fitzpatrick, MRICS, in regard to item 7, Bowness Recreation Centre update. Phil McTavish, Falkirk Integrated Regional Team, Swim Team First, in respect of item 8, review of school swimming pools. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the council's YouTube channel. Today's meeting has a full agenda, and I'm hopeful that business can be completed today if members are disciplined in their interventions. As chair of the meeting, I will look to ensure fair debate, but this will be balanced by the need to deal with the business in hand. I intend to be strict with the time allocated for moving motions and speeches and ask members to stick to the allocated time. I also want to remind members of the need to behave in a respectful manner to each other and to officers. I appreciate that emotions may be high on some of the items that we'll be considering today on the agenda. We can disagree, and no doubt will disagree, but we can do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. Not only does our code of conduct require this of us, but the public expects it of us too. I take this opportunity to remind members that all members should be heard without interruption. I will introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting. I intend to vary the order of business in order to best manage the business conducted. I propose to take items in the following order. Item 3, local government settlement. Item 4, HRA and council house rents. Item 5, housing investment programme. Item 9, appointment process for the post of head of education. Then break for lunch around 12:30 to 1:30. After lunch, the order will be item 7, Bowness Recreation Centre. Item 6, strategic property review. Item 8, review of school swimming pools. And item 10, review of polling places. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate. But at that point, it's your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally, otherwise you may miss your chance to speak. Members joining remotely should ensure their cameras are turned on during the proceedings. Before we start, all participants should check now that their mobile phones are switched off or are on silent during the meeting. Agenda item 1 is the Sediment. Mr. Moody will take the roll call.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binning.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Bailey Buchanan.
Present.
Councillor Bundy. Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Bailey Kerr.
Here.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Murtagh, but she's hopeful of being able to attend the afternoon session. Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sinclair.
Yep.
Councillor Spears.
Present.
And Councillor Steen.
Present. Agenda item 2 is declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting. identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Garner.
Thanks, Provost. After consulting with Mr Moody, Head of Governance, these are not declarations of interest, but they're for transparency. And the first one's in relation to agenda item 6, the strategic property review update. I have a connection to the item by the reason of being a chair of Dunnipace FC, who have made a community asset transfer application. Having applied the objective test, I do not consider that I have an interest to declare, given the decision making on this item does not relate to any specific community asset transfer applications. And secondly, agenda item 8, review of the swimming pools. I have a connection to an item here by reason of a close family member being a member of a swimming club that uses an affected pool. Having applied the objective test again, I do not consider that I have an interest to declare, given that any impact on club members is a matter for third-party organisations to determine and do not arise from the decision being taken at this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost.
Councillor Spears.
I would declare the same tenuous relationship with two community centres on the same agenda item, the Dalgreen Hall and Bean Cross and Newlands Community Centre, which I was chairman of one for 28 years and one for 32 years, but I'm no longer chairman of these community halls, so I would like to vote on this matter as I think it's a historical association with these two community halls.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Agenda item 3, local government settlement. My apologies.
Well, just to sort of clarify that I may have to declare an interest in the strategic property review. I'm just really waiting for some further guidance from Mr Moody, so I will do that before the agenda on the item on the agenda, if that's appropriate. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Likewise, I have an interest in one of the asset transfers, and I'll speak to Mr Moody and have a word about that.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. No other declarations of interest? No. So agenda item 3, local government settlement 24-25. And I believe it's Ms Templeman that will be speaking to the report. And it's pages 3 to 14 on your agenda paper.
Apologies, thank you, Provost. The brief report that's in front of you today is a summary of the Scottish Government budget allocation to the Council following the announcement of the Scottish Government budget on the 19th of December. And the letter from the Deputy First Minister has been appended to the report. Since that letter and announcement, there's also been a financial circular which has been issued to councils, which sets out a lot of the detail behind the figures. It is important to note that discussions are ongoing between COSLA and the Scottish Government, and so these figures are provisional at this point in time. The local government financial order will be laid in Parliament on the 7th of February. With the final debate to be held on the 28th of February. So we should know fairly soon if there's likely to be any significant changes to the settlement. I think it's important to say, though, that the 24-25 revenue budget for the Council cannot be viewed in isolation. So 24-25 is really a pivotal year for the Council, because the decisions that will be made not only today but at the budget meeting next month will determine whether or not the Council is on the path to financial sustainability in the longer term. And so when we're making these decisions and we're considering this settlement, we really need to be doing that with the longer financial context in mind, to make sure that we're going to avoid a financial cliff edge in 26-27. So the financial strategy that we presented to Council in September 2023 showed a 5-year gap of 64.4 million. And we'll provide an update on that gap as part of the budget report. And £34 million of that 64.4 was falling in 24-25. And so those gap figures, as we said during the financial strategy debate, were based on a series of assumptions. and that included projections of the government grant settlement. But the financial settlement that we've received for 24-25 is £1.2 million lower than we had anticipated in that financial strategy. And when we look at the detail behind that, Falkirk's share of funding for a number of key areas has fallen in 24-25, and that includes areas such as education, adult social care, early years and roads. So those allocations are calculated by the Scottish Government based on a series of need-based indicators, which include things like population numbers, areas of deprivation, rurality, all of these types of things. And the large shift in that needs-based assessment has partially been offset by a movement in the floor mechanism, which is the way that the Scottish Government ensures that no council experiences a significant movement in their grant from one year to another. So for 24-25, the limit in the movement is 0.5%. During the council debate in September 23, there was a lot of discussion on the Verity House Agreement and what that might mean for 24-25 for local government. And at that meeting, I'd said I didn't anticipate any impact in 24-25, and that continues to be the case. And importantly, that means that at this point, we're not seeing any relaxation in terms of the rules around teacher numbers or minimum teaching hours. But we will be bringing an update back to members on that area during the budget report. Moving on to the council tax freeze, the Scottish Government's made £144 million available nationally to fund the freeze, and Falkirk Council expects to receive £3.845 million of that sum. And that equates to roughly a 4.8% increase in council tax. However, members will be aware that nationally there's debates on whether the council tax freeze is considered fully funded due to the overall reduction in the settlement. So, for example, if Falkirk looks at the net position, which is that additional 3.845 less the 1.2 that I previously referred to, that would be a council tax increase roughly of 3.3%. In terms of capital, again, the figures are provisional, but a shortfall of around 819,000 is now anticipated compared to our previous projections. And again, we'll have to consider that as part of the capital programme budget that will come back to members in February. We have asked for some clarity around the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme, the funding received to date. So we're still waiting for that. And I would also highlight that there's been a reduction in capital funding for affordable housing nationally. We don't expect that to significantly impact the council in years 1 and 2 of the housing investment programme, but there is potential for it to impact in future years, and members will be kept updated as we go through the programme. And then just some other headlines from the settlement. There's £230 million of funding which has been provided to deliver a £12 per hour minimum pay settlement for adult social workers, social care workers and commissioned services, and a further £11.5 million has been provided to support the uprating of free personal and nursing care rates. But both of those funding streams must be passed in full to the IGB. And then finally, section 4.4 of the report covers non-domestic rates, with paragraphs 4.4.1 noting the increases in the intermediate and higher property poundage rates, and some amendments to reliefs are shown in paragraph 4.4.2, but again, those don't significantly impact on the council. So overall, I think this has been a very difficult budget settlement for the public sector as a whole. As I've said in some of the member briefings, Health have experienced an exceptionally challenging settlement in both revenue and capital terms. And the Deputy First Minister has highlighted that should additional funding become available, it's likely that it will be allocated towards housing in the first instance. Members will be aware that in England and Wales, there has been an allocation of £600 million to support local authorities, and it's not clear to us yet whether or not there's going to be consequentials from this for Scotland, and if they are, how they'll be allocated. But obviously, we would update members in the budget report. And just to sum up, I say that the Council's financial projection, settlement projection, has deteriorated, and the current position and the financial gap remains unsustainable. However, the public sector as a whole is facing significant financial challenges, and so it's very unlikely that the position for local authorities will significantly improve. I'm not expecting that we will get a significant injection of further funds through the budget debates in Parliament. So really that underlines the position that we reported to members as part of the financial strategy, that the only route to financial sustainability over the next 5 years is through recurring savings in all services, fees and charges increases, and council tax increases. And just to make it really clear, at this point in time, we are continuing to spend more each year than we're receiving in income, and we just cannot sustain that position. So without action, there remains a risk that the council will be unable to balance its budget in 26-27. So I'm happy to take any questions, and that's my summary. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Templeman. The report's for no time, but we'll go to the group leaders for any comment, and we'll open it up for discussion. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. It was always anticipated that this year's settlement would be difficult and would bring with it significant challenges, excuse me, just as it has done for the Scottish Government. Firstly, inflation has proved persistent and remained higher than anticipated, with sharp rises attributed to the war in Ukraine, fallout from the COVID pandemic, and the UK's exit from the European Union. While high inflation may have be seen as a positive to a certain extent because it's helped to generate additional income from taxes, unfortunately, the UK Chancellor, with a general election in the offing, has chosen giveaways and tax breaks instead of investing in public services that would have led to an increase in the Scottish Block Grant and compounded with no inflationary increases being included in the settlement. It should be noted that Labour hopefuls are continuing to support the UK Government's direction of travel and on public service funding, and that there's unlikely to be a change. The recent announcement by the UK Government of giving the additional 600 million to the English local authorities, we've yet to see the terms of that, as Mrs Templeman has already said, and therefore it will be, and therefore if any consequentials will be coming forth to the Scottish Government, as there are a number of examples when there has not been the flow through that there should have been. However, it should also be noted that the Scottish Government's share of those consequentials would be around 60 million. When that is then distributed across local authorities, it's not going to make a significant impact on our budget settlement. The Scottish Government having a fixed budget, they have had difficult decisions to make. And while we're unhappy with the settlement for local government, it should be acknowledged that local government's share of the budget has remained at 32%, with the highest budget share going towards health, which I'm sure none of us can disagree with. It should also be noted that much of the additional funding to local government, which has now been baselined, has been to support pay deals, while fully supporting that our staff should be paid a fair wage. It has to be acknowledged that staff costs for the local authority are around 60% of the council's budget. I thank Mrs Templeman for her detailed explanation of the settlement and her acknowledgement of the figures that can be interpreted in different ways. However, what is clear is that 144 million provided by Scottish Government to mitigate a one-year council tax freeze, which is the equivalent of 5%. As previously stated, there are a number of ways that can be expressed. I'm sure we'll have some populist political views from others who will seek to place their own interpretation on it. However, it is important that the seriousness of the council's budget position is acknowledged, and that it's up to us collectively to deal with that. We've unfortunately been the subject to the alteration as a result of the changes to demographics, with our core grant being adjusted as part of the distribution, as other local authorities have had greater growth in their areas than we have, and that has amounted to an additional 1.2 million reduction in our core funding, which has been added to our budget gap. Scottish Government has also seen their capital allocation from the UK Government reduce, which has a flow through to reducing the capital allocations to councils. It has to be remembered that the Scottish Government used capital to help support part of the pay settlement last year, which will also have an impact. As a result, we'll have to adjust our capital programme accordingly when we get to the budget. It's important to remember that the Verity House Agreement is in its early days and is a new way of working which will take time to develop, and that was stated from the outset. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the Verity House Agreement is not just in the hands of Scottish Government, but also with COSLA and local government as a whole, to build that trust and mutual respect to make it work. While we've not seen the flexibilities in the reducing of ring fencing to the extent we would have liked, there is a first step which we should be able to build on. That remains that we still have a budget gap of around 62 million over the next 5 years, and we'll have to take really difficult decisions. There's no getting away from that. We have a number of reports on our agenda today where we'll see the impact of not having taken difficult decisions in the past, which are now coming home to roost. Maintaining a low council tax, low fees and charges, higher than average service provision, along with reliance on recurring savings to bridge our budget gaps over a sustained period of time, and not just over the last few years, but over decades and potentially more, including pre-2011 when the council tax freeze was introduced, have all contributed to the position we now find ourselves in, which includes not having the ability to invest in our communities. But we can no longer hide from what is difficult, and sometimes, as no matter how hard it is, you have to do the right thing, and that may not be popular. That is a position that Falkirk Council is unfortunately now in. But we do have a financial strategy that could assist and support us, and we need to get on and make those difficult decisions in order to make the investment for the future of our communities. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael John. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah for any comment.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Amanda, for that report. As ever, you succeed in giving very, very unhappy news clearly and fairly. I think we have to recognise here who is in the driving seat. We have here a reduction in real terms for the funding for local government across Scotland by the Scottish Government. Now, absolutely, it is true that the UK Conservative Government has been responsible for some of the problems financially that the local authorities are facing, but it is in the SNP Scottish Government settlement that we are seeing the clear real terms reduction. It cannot be sustained that this 5%, that the council tax freeze is being funded at 5%. I think the report makes clear, and COSLA has made clear, that in real terms it is much less than 5%. And I think Amanda has said that in real terms for Falkirk Council it is 3.3%. All Falkirk Council's financial strategies have been based on at least a 5% council tax increase, and that amount is not we are not going to be able to raise unless Falkirk Council ignores the council tax freeze and takes the penalty that that would bring. I think we are undoubtedly in very serious times, and I think we need to take stock of the position and look at all the decisions that are being made to see how we can best meet the needs of our communities within the resources that are available.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost.
Bailey Kerr, my apologies.
Thanks, Provost. Isn't it great reading when you break it down? But we are where we are, and decisions that will not be palatable will need to be taken. And as the local authority, as the 30 councillors, we will need to stand up and be brave enough to take these decisions. Can I just ask Amanda, will we be able to balance the budget if we don't take decisions today that's in the budget, or if we take the council tax freeze. I don't know if it is questions or is it just a statement, Provost, sorry.
That was really just your statement, but then you're entitled to ask a question, of course. Ms. Temple?
Thanks, Provost. Are you talking about for 24-25 specifically? So I suppose we know we've got the service concessions, and that's, we know that's not an ideal way to use service concessions, and we know that's not what we want to do. But we know that, and all the sort of modelling that we talked about, we could use them to balance the budget in 24-25. However, I think I would just sort of emphasise the point that I was making in my presentation, that if we just look at 24-25 in isolation like that, we're just going to come up against the same problem in 25-26, the same problem in 26-27, by which point we'll have used all our service concessions up and we won't have any for investment. So it's really difficult to look at 24-25 in isolation. I don't think it's a helpful way to look at it, because I think what it means is we risk making decisions that have got really serious implications in the short term, in year 2 or 3 of the financial strategy. Does that? And I suppose we recognise as well that at this point in time, we don't have, I referred in the financial strategy to the £64 million gap. And at this point, we haven't identified £64 million of savings. So anything that we remove from the pot of savings that we do have is just making that gap harder to bridge and harder to fill. So we are, as officers, working constantly to try and improve that position, get as many savings on the table. But we will have to meet that £64 million from savings, council tax and fees and charges. That's what we will have to do over the 5-year period.
Thanks, Amanda. That's exactly the answer I wanted. And our previous speakers have blamed various governments and various scenarios. I'm not in the blame game, because we, as a local authority, need to deal with whoever's dealt us the cards. It's left to us, doesn't go down to anybody else. So I'll say what I says at the first place. Hard decisions need to be made, and we need to be brave enough to make them. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Now go to Councillor Spears for any comment.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to thank Mr. Templeman and her team. It's quite a hard job writing bad news. I'm not about to play the blame game here. Firstly, I'd like to say we'd like to give notice of an amendment regarding this, and my councillor colleague, Councillor McCabe, can read it out in a minute. But we need very strongly, not just us, the administration as well. We're not a legislative body, we're an administrative body. But there is only so much you take as that body. And it's time for us to stand up and fight as that body, fight for our communities, fight for our towns, and fight for our district. So I'll hand over to my colleague now to read out the amendment, and we hope to get everybody in this room's support regarding it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Is it yourself, Councillor Brown, or Councillor McCabe?
Thank you, Provost. Thanks to Councillor Spears. Reading through the report, thanks to Amanda and her team. It's a very good, concise report, but it's actually quite frightening as well. Looking at the report 3.4, COSLA have previously expressed concern at the level of ring fence funding. Local authorities are being hamstrung by central government. 4.11, local authorities are facing a real-time funding cut, and that's excluding inflation. 4.13, the freezing council tax funding is questionable at best, and it doesn't even cover the base, 5%. We've identified the Scottish Government council tax funding support effectively only covers a tax rise of 3.3%. That's unrealistic. It says it at 4.32, and that's not a populist view. That's the view of our financial officers. 4.14, adult social care funding effectively means that we are going to have to cut funding to other council services. There's the hamstring scenario coming in. We're having to fund something at the cost of something, another council service. It's identified in the report there's a 10% real terms cut in UK capital funding. And it's been repeatedly alluded to in the proposed local government settlement. It is unrealistic, and as Mrs. Templeman has stated, it's unsustainable. Yet again, funding for local authority is effectively being cut for the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th year, decades in a row. It really has to stop. Members may recall that just less than a year ago, I posed the question of what would happen should the council be unable to agree a budget for 23-24. The Provost consulted our Chief Governance Officer, who advised that such a situation had never actually occurred in Scotland before, and as such the matter was a bit of an unknown. I think we're getting to the stage where we'll soon find out what that situation is going to be. So if I can read out our amendment, copies have been provided to our officers. As far as it goes, the recommendation 2.1, happy to leave that in, but we would like to add a 2.2 and a 2.3. 2.2, Council writes to Shona Robertson, Deputy First Minister and Cabinet Secretary for Finance, advising that in the opinion of the Council, the proposed local government finance order for 24-25 as envisaged is unfeasible, unworkable and unacceptable. Unless significant additional funding is forthcoming, Falkirk Council will have no alternative other than to declare an inability to create a balanced budget for 24-25. 2.3. Council writes to COSLA outlining our grave concerns at this inability to propose a balanced budget for 24-25 and seek the views of similarly placed councils. That's our amendment, excuse me, that's our amendment, Provost. And I would really ask that all councillors give thought to this. I felt that last year we fudged the budget. We have a statutory requirement to put forward a balanced budget. If you recollect, the balanced budget that we put forward included the proposal to close school swimming pools, to cut school transport. There was a couple of other items involved in that budget, which never ever actually happened. So realistically, what has happened is our budget position has declined. We didn't have an agreed budget per se. It was a fudge to get us through the statutory requirement. I can see it coming up again when we go into budget talks within the next couple of months. I just want to make everybody here aware that crunch time is coming. We have to be writing to Scottish Government, Westminster Government. We need help, we need assistance here. Crunch time is coming. Other than that, we're going to be bankrupt, put into administration, whatever. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Do you have a second though?
Much pleasure in seconding and reserve the right.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Now, I know everybody's probably not seen this. This is the first time they've had sight of this amendment, so if the groups want a break to discuss the.
Yes,
Could
please,
I
Provost.
ask a number of questions beforehand, Provost?
Councillor,
Can I maybe just clarify something? That the report in the agenda today is only for noting. There's nothing been moved.
Mhm.
Mr. Moody, we'll go to Mr.
Is
Moody.
this amendment actually a motion?
Good point. Aye.
It's correct to say that the recommendation to note the report hasn't been formally moved as yet.
Right.
Ordinarily, it often is formally moved, although because Councillor McCabe's, whether it's a motion or amendment that has come first, it may formally be the motion. I think the other way of looking at it is that just by implication and the fact that it's been spoken to is that the recommendation to merely note the report has been moved. I don't think it matters an awful lot either way. There is a proposition in the report to note the report. There is a request by Councillor McCabe, which is seconded, that there are additional clauses added, writing the two letters which he refers to in his contribution.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you. Could I ask Mrs. Templeman or Mrs. Algie or Chief Executive, any of those who wish to comment around 2.2 in particular, because I see that as actually an opinion, and that it's then we could set a budget, but it would be choices that we put in front of elected members. So I think that's totally inaccurate and wrong. So I'd ask if there's officers who would wish to make comment on that.
Mr. Laurie.
Yes, thank you, Provost. On the basis of the settlement, as we know it, the council does have the ability to set a balanced budget for 24-25. It involves difficult decisions, roundabout savings and roundabout council tax, so there's no doubt that the council has the ability to set a balanced budget for 24-25.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks very much. So take 10-minute recess to discuss the amendment. Thank you, everyone. I'll go first of all to Councillor Meiklejohn for any comment on the motion.
Thank you, Provost. I think we need to be very careful about our public perceptions, and the motion as it is has so many inaccuracies and things that are just wrong within it that could not support it as it is. We need to remember that people will be looking out at us from outside. Some of the people we work with, Audit Scotland in particular, but also some of our other partners, other organisations, some of our lenders, and some of the wording in this would be a real reputational risk to the council. I appreciate it's an opinion, but it's not an opinion that I think is correct and one that can be universally shared. However, what I would be prepared to do is to see the council write to Shona Robertson, the Deputy First Minister for Finance, advising that the council, the proposed local government finance order is unacceptable, and take out everything else. The 2.3 is totally inaccurate, and that we cannot make that statement as we have not even attempted to set a budget yet. Therefore, that is not something that could be supported. But writing a letter, another letter, and that it's not that long ago that I was already instructed to do so to both UK and Scottish Government. I'm happy to do that. Whether or not we get a response before we set our budget's entirely a different matter. But that's as much as we would be able to support from our side. But I think we need to be very careful about the language that we use, particularly in public, and the reputational risk to the council.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Meiklejohn. I'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to propose an amendment to the amendment which takes out in 2.2 from unless to 24-25, and in 2.3 that removes from the words at this inability to 2024-25. That would take out the references to the inability of the council to set a balanced budget, which I fully accept as the Chief Finance Officer and the Chief Executive have outlined. It won't be impossible for the council to set a balanced budget. It may hurt, but it won't be impossible. So that would be my proposal, to take out those two sections, and in that situation we would be happy to go along with this motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. I'll go to Councillor Kerr, Bailey Kerr, my apologies.
I'm confused. I totally agree with 1 and 2.2 up until the unless significant and additional. We didn't agree with that. I didn't get Councillor Hannah's bit about the 2.3. So if I can get clarity on what we're taking in or taking out, or if we're just taking it altogether.
I can clarify, Provost, if that.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Moody, I'll just summarise, Councillor Hannah.
As I understand it, Provost, there's two propositions here. We have Councillor Meikle-John saying take out the unfeasible and unworkable part of 2.2 and then everything else after unacceptable. So the bit unless significant additional funding is forthcoming would come out, and 2.3 would come out altogether. Councillor Hannah has a variation on that, which is to take out the second sentence in 2.2. So that's the one beginning unless significant additional funding is forthcoming, and also to take out from 2.3 from after grave concerns. This section saying inability to propose a balanced budget.
That is correct. Essentially, what our proposal is that we do write to Shona Robson saying we think that the finance order is unfeasible, unworkable and unacceptable, and that we do write to COSLA outlining our concerns and seeking the views of other councils.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah.
Thanks, Councillor.
Okay with that? Back to you. Councillor McCabe. Councillor Spears.
We accept the Labour's changes to our amendment.
Okay, thank you very much.
And
Oh, of course, Councillor McCabe. You need to, are you accepting that you remove a motion?
Yeah, I mean, my group leader here, I'm happy to accept the Labour amendment. Just to clarify, 2.1 remains, 2.2, the first sentence remains, everything after unacceptable is removed. 2.3, I'll just read it. Council writes to COSLA outlining our grave concerns and seek the views of similarly placed councils. That's it, Provost. And I'm happy to accept that.
Okay,
yeah.
thanks very much. And Councillor Spears, as a seconder, do you accept that?
I do. I would.
Just to further record. Okay, thanks very much.
Provost, perhaps I could respond to that, just to highlight that unfeasible and workable, again, is totally inaccurate and wrong, because we can create a budget that is feasible and workable. We may not like it, but that is a different matter. I'm not sure what the purpose in writing to COSLA would be, and that COSLA don't have the ability to provide any more funding, and are already negotiating on behalf of local government. So I say I don't see the point of that, and having at this late stage in the budget preparation process having any impact whatsoever.
Okay, thanks very much.
propositions in front of the council here as to the terms in which communications are put to Shona Robertson. The one proposition retains the unfeasible and unworkable element and also has the letter to COSLA. The other proposition removes the unfeasible and unworkable, keeps in the acceptable, but deletes everything else. So the fuller version is the motion is moved by Councillor McCabe as adjusted. Councillor Meikle-John is, I think, moving that we take out significantly more than has been accepted, and maybe just be helpful to have a seconder for that proposition.
Happy said. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So, Provost, if you're happy to.
Sorry. Councillor Bellinger.
We might come with further amendment then. We agree with the regarding unfeasible, unworkable. There is a budget going to be done. It's not going to be a great budget. It's going to be a very difficult budget, but we agree that the two words can be removed, but we still would like whether it makes any difference, right, to COSLA. It's not a big, I don't think it's a big deal to write them as a council.
Thanks, Bellinger. Councillor Bush.
Thank you. It probably goes to Colin. So the words unfeasible and unworkable, when I read them, that's almost like reintroducing the sentence that we're all agreed to take out, because it's saying it's unworkable. And I'll just get concerned over that.
And I think, Provost, I think it's important to remember the words in the opinion of the council. So it's around a judgment. And to me, it almost belongs in the realm of rhetorical language, where if someone was saying, as a council, we face a series of impossible choices, we don't literally test out, are they impossible or not? It's in that realm of language, and that's, I think, framed around the opinion which the council is forming. But we have two propositions at the moment in front of you as a council. There is a further amendment, and I don't know, Provost, Councillor Meikle-John's light is on.
I would be content if the majority wish to write to COSLA. I don't see it's going to make much difference because these discussions happen all the time, but I'd be content. But I do think that the unfeasible and workable is inaccurate, and I don't believe that should be the opinion of council, because it certainly gives the impression of potential incompetence on us as elected members.
Would you want to change your amendment in any way?
I would like to hear what the mover and seconder would like to say to that. I would, in the interests of unity, consider that as being acceptable, but it is entirely a matter for the mover and the seconder to say whether they would accept that amendment.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor McCabe for comment on the unfeasible and workable part, like unacceptable.
Thank you, Provost. And a way to move things on, get us out of this whole logjam at the minute. I'd be happy enough that unfeasible and unworkable are removed from the amendment or the motion as amended by Labour. I was going to suggest that, but it was a Labour amendment to our amendment, if you like. So I felt that it was right that the Labour leader spoke first. She's happy enough with it. I'm happy enough with it. I just don't want to get bogged down in trying to get involved in procedural nonsense when we get hard decisions to make. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much. Just go back to Mr. Moody now to kind of summarise where we are.
I was thinking it'd be helpful if you could just have confirmation from Councillor Spears. He's happy with that too. I think that takes us to a decision.
Councillor Spears, you happy with that comment as well?
I'm always happy to back my deputy leader.
Of course, thank you.
So essentially then, I think Councillor Provost, Councillor McCabe's motion now deletes the words unfeasible, unworkable, deletes the following sentence, retains the clause 2.3 to the extent of writing to cause outlining grave concerns and seeking the views of similarly placed councillors. So the inability clause is removed.
Has everybody agreed to that?
Agreed.
Agreed? Okay, thank you. What's up?
Yeah.
Believe that. So everybody's agreed, right?
Yeah, very good. Item 4.
Item 4. Okay, agenda item 4, housing revenue account and council house rents 24-25. On pages 15 to 38 in your agenda, and that will be Mr. Gillespie speaking to us.
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Danny Kearney, Paul Ferguson, Natalie Moore-Young and their teams for all their support through the year, and especially supporting the Rent and Housing Investment Report, which members are aware are very closely linked. The housing revenue account historically has always been a strong position. However, the report highlights that this is no longer the case and that there are difficult decisions to be taken. As a result, officers are recommending a 5% increase in rent, which is the maximum that we consulted on. Within section 4, it outlines that at present we have 6,200 secure tenant residents within our housing stock. Of those, 63% will be protected from any increase in rent as they receive universal credit or housing benefit. Within section 5 highlights our average rent, and also provided in appendix 1 is a breakdown of what the rental income is spent on. It also highlights we are the 6th lowest rent and we are the 7th highest spent on improvements to our properties, with the 3rd lowest tenancy management costs. Within section 6 of the report, Provost sets out a commitment to Scottish housing quality standards.
The wording of the letter, they're going to write to COSLA, but take out some of the objectionable language.
Mrs. Cassidy, I think we can hear you speaking.
Okay. Happy for me to continue, Paul?
Apologies, my microphone was off, but it seems to have switched on.
Okay, thank you.
Section 6 sets out a commitment to the Scottish housing quality standards and our continued commitment to maintain our properties and estates, which is estimated at 53 million June 2024-25, and it's required to maintain and improve our housing stock and all associated estates, as well as Scottish housing quality standard required our investment in our new windows and doors and energy efficiency heating systems, with minimise the cost of tenants facing the issue to heat their homes. Section 7 outlines the forecast budget movement between 2023-24 and 24-25, with the significant increases in costs reflecting recent inflation and interest rates, and notes the funding of almost 1 million provided to our colleagues indicated joint board for aids and adaptations within housing stock. Section 8 highlights in August that we consulted on 4, 4.5% and 5%. However, highlighted within the report, 4 and 4.5% are no longer viable. Within 8.5, the report demonstrates how far behind inflation we are at the present time, even when we are looking to increase the rents to 5%. It is essential that we narrow the gap, and therefore an increase of at least 5% will be expected in future years. On a more positive note, we have verified that the proposed increase is affordable to our tenants by utilising the rent affordable tool provided by Housemart Scotland. We do offer support to all our tenants who may be struggling financially, which is outlined in section 4.4, as well as the matched payment scheme referred to in section 9.4 of the report, which over 300 tenants have signed up. Section 10 confirms that even with a 5% increase, we were required to utilise £1.85 million of reserves in 2024-25, and which remains a reserves with just marginally below recommended threshold of £5 million. In conclusion, Provost, an increased rent is the only way Falkirk Council can continue to have a sustainable investment programme and provide good quality housing. This approach is consistent with which is taken with other local authorities. I would refer members back to section 2 of the report where the recommendations are laid out, and on this occasion, Provost Paul is happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Mr Gillespie. We'll now go to Councillor Meeker-John to speak to the report. Mr.
Provost, I'm going to go to my portfolio holder.
Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning, Council. We have to look at this report and the housing investment report as being intrinsically linked. We have currently 16,500 houses. The cost of providing council housing must be self-financing from the house rents and other income. Therefore, the people of Falkirk must see a positive income from their rents. The capital section of the spend realises this with new housing developments and upgrades to current housing stock, but I shall go into that further in the next report. 30% of our people, as Kenny's already said, receive housing benefit, and 33% receive support from housing with housing costs via universal credit. Therefore, 10,200 people, or 63% of our tenants, are on the lowest household income and are fully protected from any rent increase. So how did we do in 2022-23? Falkirk's average rent was £74.92. It was the 6th lowest rent of the 32 Scottish councils. We have the 7th highest investment in repairs and improvements expenditure per property and the 3rd lowest management costs. If this was a business, it would be getting congratulated to all levels. We are performing exceptionally well against the other 32 councils. No, 31 councils, I apologise. Consultation with our tenants on the rent level setting was carried out between August and September of last year, with 3 options of rent increase: 4%, 4.5% and 5%. However, at the time of the consultation, it was expected that continued reduction in the rate of inflation, and therefore the interest rate set by the Bank of England, was predicted by financial analysts. This did not come to fruition, and in fact, the vitally important interest rate is now predicted to remain higher for longer. This affects the borrowing of the housing revenue account, as laid out in the report, and has meant that in order to maintain our commitment to the people in the form of the HRA capital programme in particular, we now have to set a rise in rents of 5%. The rate of increase combined with the 3 previous increases of 2%, which was an agreement we had made 3 years ago with the people of Falkirk, is over 10% less than the rate of inflation covering the same period of time. No increase will ever be acceptable, but hopefully it will be seen as understandable. Housing have in the 2 previous years applied reserves to supplement the 2% rises. This year, again, the reserves had to be applied, but very slightly. It is taken slightly below the floor, as we required the extra monies to combat the current financial conditions. Tenants provided with combined heat and power systems will increase in December by the Consumer Price Index inflationary measure, which was expected to be between 4% and 5%, and on Monday, I believe it was 4.7%. An EPIA is included in the report with an assessment and outcome in Section 8 that there is no evidence to suggest any negative impact on protected characteristic groups. Falkirk Council uses the Rent Affordable tool provided by Housemark Scotland to assess affordable rents. This tool is updated annually with new income and rent data. Finding the rent affordability tool shows that the 5% increase for rent charges during 2024-25 is affordable. I'm therefore content to support this rate increase in the rents within Falkirk District Council, and And if there had been less, and if it had been less affected by financial matters outside control of this council, we could have been looking to accelerate our programme rather than maintain it. But maintaining a positive programme when others are considering reducing theirs can only be seen as a positive in what are the most challenging times. I therefore propose the recommendations in section 2.1 and 2.2 to agree the rent increase of 5% for 24-25 and the resultant rent charges as sent out in Appendix 3, and approve the housing revenue account budget for 24-25 as set out in Appendix 2. Thank you.
So you're formally moving the report, Councillor House?
And I've proposed the recommendations.
Okay, that's right. Thank you. Have you got a second for that?
Yes.
Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much, Provost. I formally second the motion. This is a good news story. People are going to be unhappy with 5%, but they have seen significant improvements through their houses with the new windows and doors coming from the HRA. So I'm going to keep it short and just officially second it and reserve the right.
Thanks very much, Councillor Deacon. Councillor Howard, do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Provost. No, we have no amendments, and our shadow portfolio holder will answer the.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go to Councillor Bailey Kerr. Do you have an amendment to this?
No amendments. A couple of questions though.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment to this?
No amendment. I have some questions.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. It's already been highlighted that we have the 6th lowest rent in Scotland. Now, it's just really a question of, I don't have a problem with the content of the report in general, but I'd like to know, why did we restrict the public consultation to 5%? Now, I'm not saying for 1 minute that we should be setting it any higher than 5%, but the 5% has meant that we've had to use HRA reserves to bail us out. Okay, there might not be a lot of reserves getting used, but maybe with a bit of hindsight, it might have been better to do something different in this respect.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Ferguson to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Yes, Councillor was quite correct that with hindsight we would have asked for a larger range of options for the tenants. We had indicated last year's budget at 4% was the indicative rent for 24-25 when the budget was set in last year. We therefore set that as a baseline and allowed to increase above that to have some additionality. Once it became clear that 5% became a new minimum, we did consider reconsulting, and we decided that actually it was beneficial to set the level at 5% this year and make it clear that a similar rise is required next year to bring us back in line with our budgets. We decided not to go back to the tenants and reconsult. We don't think we could have set a higher rate than 5% without that reconsultation, but we do accept with hindsight we should have had a larger range of options available.
Yes,
a quick follow-up in relation to that, Provost. With that in mind, with a 5% rise, where does that put us in the pecking order with the rest of the Scottish local authorities? Do we have any idea?
We don't know yet, but the indicative figures are that will keep our position largely where it is. It certainly won't move us up any higher than 6th.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. Now go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks. A couple of quick questions. On page 25 of the report, Appendix 2, when it says annual rent increase 76.24, then this year's 182. Is that a misprint?
Mr. Ferguson.
So three, Provost, could you repeat that? What's the Appendix 2 you said?
Estimated house stock below the annual rent 76.24 for 23-24, then 24-25 it goes up to 182. And my report is
I apologise, that's a misprint. Yes, you're quite correct. It'd be 82.
Sure, it should be 82.
Yeah.
Okay, you had me worried there, Paul.
Sorry.
And probably take this offline and get a report on how we're getting on with the off gas areas. I know some of the work's begun, just to get an update on where we are and how we're doing it.
Provost, happy to do that. We've been in contact with SGN to get an update already, and hopefully we'll have that for next week.
Right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Gillespie. Thanks, Billy Kerr. We'll now go to Councillor Spears for any comment.
Thank you. You stated that 64% of our rent payers are on universal credit and this will not affect them. Can you tell me, if we raise it by 5%, how many more people will then benefit for this universal credit? That's my first question.
Mr. Ferguson?
I'm afraid I can't provide that figure. However, we did a similar analysis of council tax, and the forecast was that for every 7%, for every 1% council tax, I think it was around about 80 people would gain. So if we pro-rata that for rent, it would be around about 16 people per 1% rise. So the 5% would equate to around about 80 people, 80 households may now become eligible for universal credit housing costs.
If I was a flippant person, I would say raise it by 20%, then everybody will qualify for free rent. We're really targeting then a very thin band of people that pay rent. I'm a firm believer that we should be in the position of supplying good quality housing. And I'm very pleased to see a lot of the insulation work that's going on in Grangemouth. And I was very pleased that we passed a motion at the last council that to attain target 0, that we're going to look at owner-occupiers and everybody, because unless everybody has insulated homes, then we have failed in that objective. But I don't want the council to be seen as though we're playing the percentage game here. We've got to try and help everybody. So this thin band that will be subject to the 5% increase this year, and you said 5% again next year, what we do to try and help them?
Mr. Ferguson, you could take that.
Yes, so we've got a well-established process for income maximisation to make sure people get all the help they're entitled to get. And for those who are struggling, we've also got the match payment scheme to support those who have fallen to date and want to recover from that. We are subject to the wider national, both Scottish-wide and UK-wide welfare state system, but certainly within those parameters, we help all of our tenants and residents to maximise their income and to help address any shortfalls in their household budgets.
Is that you finished, Councillor Spears? Okay, thanks very much. We'll just open up for any general questions. None? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I mean, clearly nobody wants in the middle of a cost of living crisis to have to pay an increase in their rent. But we do need more houses. We do need to improve the housing stock we have, and we do need to keep up with the door and window replacement for the sake of tenants' fuel bills. I'm very glad to have heard that there's going to be income maximisation around this this increase to ensure that those people who are brought into benefit entitlement are aware of it, because clearly you don't know necessarily at the moment who those people are. But can I just check that for next year's consultation there will be a bigger range of percentages looked at? You're saying that we couldn't go beyond the 5% without reconsulting, so to build in some cushioning to ensure that the council is in a position, because it is obviously important that we do undertake that consultation. And I want to say thank you to all the officers who were involved in doing that and writing this report, because I think that they've done a very good job. But if I can be assured that there will be a wider range of percentages looked at in future consultations.
Mr. Ferguson,
You probably yes, I confirm we'll have a wider range. Exactly what the range will be, we can't specify, but we're a lot wider than 1% as it was this year.
Okay, thank you. Don't think there's any further questions. Oh, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Just following on from a couple of comments that have been made by a few of the councillors. Again, first of all, thanks to Kenny and Paul for the report. I'm happy to support the report here. But just a few comments that we made. Councillor Nimmo alluded to the question of consultation with our tenants about proposed rent increases. And we heard Mr Gillespie mention, using over £1 million of reserves. So being a wee bit creative in my thinking, I thought, I don't really want to be using the reserves. What if we increase the rents by 10%? Councillor Spears doesn't want to put it up by 20%, but what if we increase them by 10%, knowing that 63% of our council tenants don't actually pay the increase? I just get really concerned about the what I term the kind of the middle income, the squeeze that we're putting on the rent payers, if you like. I was just wondering, I'm just trying to be creative and say if we increased it by 10% across the board, 63% of that would be paid by Scottish Government through universal credit, and that then meant that 10% would have to be paid by the remaining 37%. We could pay that, and there's no way that we could give them a rebate of 50% at the end of the year. I'm just trying to be creative here, Paul. We give them 50% back at the end of the year. In effect, they would only pay their 5%, as is on the table just now, and effectively next year, when we give them that rebate, they're ready to go in the next year. Try to be as creative. I'm not proposing it, by the way.
No, not through you, Provost. I'm afraid not. Sorry.
Okay, thanks very much. So there's no other comments. Recommendations have been moved and seconded. Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 5, Housing Investment Programme 24-2029. It's pages 39 to 64 on your agenda papers, and we'll go to Mr Gillespie.
Thank you, Provost. This report sets out the 5-year programme for the housing investment. Council is asked to agree the housing investment programme for 2024-29 and the associated costs which are outlined in Appendix 1. Then Section 4 of the report highlights the objectives of the programme, looking at investment maintaining existing stock, as previously said, to the Scottish Housing Quality Standard, where 95% at the present time are meeting our energy efficiency targets. Increase affordable housing supply to meet housing demand, to ensure that aims are met while facing the ongoing financial challenges are outlined in 4.5 to 4.8 of the report. Taking into account this 5-year programme looks to invest circa £360 million over the next 5 years, which over the next 5 years in Appendix 1. Sections 5 and 6 of the report show how 58.3 million will be invested during 24-25 to meet housing investment priorities. Priorities include investment of existing stock and ongoing investment of windows and door programme to ensure our homes are energy efficiency and tenants benefit from reduced fuel costs. Investment of over £20 million in council new build programme and buyback scheme to increase the number of homes available and the range of house types required, including wheelchair accessible homes and larger family homes, supporting our housing need. Council will be aware that the average cost of a buyback at present time is about 114,000, and we receive 45,000 grant funding from Scottish Government on average. A new build at present roughly costs 270,000, and we receive 89,000 funding from Scottish Government. Big sums, big asks, but definitely required. However, in order to maintain investment in critical and priority areas, other projects we've had to reduce the level of investment. Where we've had to do that, officers will prepare and revisit programmes and timetables and will update tenants when required. Within Section 7 outlines the consultation that's been carried out with the findings considered and reflects the programme that is in front of you. Within Section 8 notes implications, which also link to the previous rent report. 8.12 refers to Scottish Government resource planning, assumptions, allocations, And I can update members that we now know that allocation will reduce by around 20% in years 24-25. In conclusion, Provost, the level housing investment is considered necessary to maintain a programme of improvements to our housing stock to meet the Scottish Housing Quality Standard and the Energy Efficiency Standard for social housing, and our continued commitment to increase our housing stock. As indicated previously, an estimated of £320 million will be required over the next 5 years, on average £63 million per annum, to keep our stock in the good condition it is at the present time. I would refer members back to section 2 of the report where the recommendations are laid out, and on this occasion, Provost, Natalie is happy to take any questions.
Okay, welcome Miss Moore-Young, and hope you get plenty of questions in your first time. We'll now go to Councillor Bowes to speak to the report.
Thank you again, Provost, and I thank Council for their decision, the unified decision on the last item. Given the outcome, obviously, of the previous report, I am now pleased to talk to this very important report. I'm sorry to be a bit repetitive on this, but the main consideration must be the investment is affordable, prudent, sustainable, and all borrowing results in revenue costs which need to be supported by rental income. In 23-24, the Housing Improvement Programme is projected to invest £70.7 million into improving our housing stock and building new homes, which is over 90% of its budget. This achievement cannot be overlooked in what continues to be a very exacting time. At this point, I would like to thank Karen, Kenny, Natalie, Paul, and importantly, every member of staff and the housing team, from the front line to the management, for their efforts in delivering our housing programme in truly challenging times. So why are they challenging? There is still a huge labour shortage in the construction industry following the exodus of workers post-Brexit. And also there was an effect of retirals post the pandemic in the construction industry, which has pushed the cost up of tradespeople. An example of this in a recent extensive survey by Checkatrade, it was shown that some trades had increased in cost by 90% in 2022, and that only went up again in 2023. We live our everyday lives with inflation rising by levels that some of us have never seen before. However, the Construction Price Index has shown that construction has outpaced general inflation significantly in the last 3 years, and it looks as if it's likely to continue for some time. With high levels of inflation come high levels of interest, and this affects councils as the cost of borrowing is high, and in a change late last year, it is now expected to remain high for longer. Inflation and interest are a double whammy, and our team are negotiating their way through these challenges to produce a positive, practical, sustainable housing investment programme. I would happily go through all the details, as you've heard me boring you with before, of the programme for the next 5 years, but I am content to look directly at the total spend of £317,176,000. Counting easier, we'll round it down to 317 million. This is a direct spend on our existing tenants and new tenants, comprising of 128 million for increasing our housing stock and 188 million being spent on our existing properties for housing quality standards and improvement works. And this is something this council should be proud of. One part I will look at, however, is new to us, as I would call it, housing, in the form of buybacks and new built housing. On buybacks, although there is caution at the state of the housing market at the moment, we will still look to buy back 80 properties per year and a total of 400 over the 5-year period of the housing investment programme, dependent obviously on availability and, very importantly, as Natalie keeps telling me, suitability for our needs. I welcome the 45,000 grant towards this to each buyback property from the Scottish Government. Our new build programme will look to deliver 483 new affordable energy efficient homes over the 5-year period in Hallglen, Denny, Banknock, Bonnybridge, Pullman, Stenhousemuir and Grangemouth. Some people could not do that over 8 years in a much larger geographical area. I hope all councillors have the opportunity to go and see the quality and the design considerations that have been put into these homes for life. I note and welcome the allowance for disabled, ambient and larger houses, which is rightly a priority for this council. The plan, however, notes that it has to be flexible, as the vagaries, as I outlined earlier, mean that we may have to be fleet of foot in the face of any changes, which may occur either in a positive or a negative direction. Consultation has been taken, and this covers actually both the reports. Housing carried out a sitting space questionnaire formulated by an editorial panel. It consists of volunteers. The questionnaire was made available in Falkirk Council's website, publicised in social media and distributed through networks, including local news outlets. Promotional material was sent to local community centres and food pantries. Focus group sessions were held with 8 groups of quiet voice members of the community. The views and values and opinions of attendees were reflected in the local housing strategy, which underpins the housing investment programme. As part of housing's ongoing commitment to tenant participation and engagement in Falkirk, Council is supported by How Your Money is Spent group. This is a tenant-led group, and they're involved in the development of the housing investment programme. Provost, I am pleased to recommend to the Council agrees the housing investment programme for 2024 or to 2029 and the association associated costs as laid out in item 2.1 of the report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. And if Mother Nature is intent to drown us all out today, hopefully I can speak loud enough to second this report. And I'm content to do so. And although the case has already been constructively put forward by Councillor Bowes, I'd like to highlight specific examples of investment and the impact that will have on our tenants and their properties. As reported, investment of nearly £188 million is planned over the 5-year programme for housing quality standards and improvement work, with investment of over £37 million planned for the coming financial year of 24-25. Within this, our windows and doors replacement programme remains a priority. Figures in December 2023 show that over 3,500 households have benefited from receiving new windows and doors following £32 million of investment. Currently, it's estimated that £15 million per year will be budgeted to continue this, but as we've come to expect from Brexit and other decisions not within our control, this could ultimately rise. A real positive is that housing services have been able to accelerate the programme during 2023, and our expectation is that an additional 200 homes will benefit from new windows and doors, increasing from the projected 1,800 up to 2,000 homes being improved each year. But we must be mindful that we are in the 3rd year of an 8-year programme, but it's clear that significant work has been done and will continue this trajectory. Of course, keeping the wind, rain and cold out of the home ensures that the heat can be kept in. With that in mind, another positive is that £2.5 million will be invested to upgrade heating systems in council properties, and £1 million has been earmarked for the installation of cost-effective and efficient gas heating systems in around 300 homes within areas that cannot currently access the gas network. This work is expected to start as soon as the gas infrastructure in these areas is built, as we've already heard. While gas is clearly still within our energy mix, through consultation, some tenants have chosen a more sustainable energy solution for their heating systems. With that, £2.6 million has been budgeted to install air source heat pumps to an additional 120 homes. Investing in our housing stock for current and future tenants is absolutely the right thing to do, and from today it is one of the more positive reports on the agenda. I'm sure all councillors look forward to seeing this work progress, and with that I will conclude. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. We'll go to Councillor Harness. You've got an amendment?
Thank you, Provost. I have no amendments and would defer to my shadow portfolio holder for comment, but I would like to come back later.
Okay, thank you.
Some questions.
Billy Kerr, do you have any amendment?
No amendments, but some comments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have any amendment?
Well, no amendment, but I would like to come back with some questions.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Can I just start off by thanking Mr Gillespie and Mr Ferguson and the whole team that are behind them for bringing both these reports forward. Very detailed reports, and that's what we would expect from the department. There is a significant need for housing to be increased here in Falkirk, and I think that the recent Scottish Government cut to the housing grant is going to severely impact on what we take forward in the future. I think there's obviously been an increase in acceleration in the doors and windows for properties, and that's to be welcomed as well. And also that the new kitchen and bathrooms being fitted to the properties. Can I maybe just get comments from yourself, Kenny, and Mr. Ferguson as well, if appropriate, regarding the impact and the reduction in the grant? What impact is that actually going to have on our new build?
Okay, I think it's Ms. Muir-Young that's going to be taking these questions.
Sorry.
Yep, thank you, Provost. Councillor Nimmo, we're not yet aware entirely what that cut will be in relation to our Scottish Government grant. So the Scottish Government grant is referred to as the resource planning assumption. At the moment, we're working around 12.55 million each year, but we have been able to spend more grant in the 2 previous years. So we are hopeful that that additional spend will mitigate some of the impact. We have some discussions taking place next week with Scottish Government, and we hope to be able to find out more about what the level of grant cuts will be for next year.
Okay, thanks for that. Just on the back of that as well, in relation to the buyback scheme, obviously buybacks are a cheaper option than building new. What scope do we have for increasing this in the near future? Because, like I said, there's still a severe waiting list for people in Falkirk waiting on a property.
So we currently have a target of 80 buybacks per annum. This year so far we have purchased 73, and we're just about having spent the entire budget. The property prices have increased, and the market is also changing. So there's a range of factors that restrict our ability to expand the buyback scheme, but if the opportunity does arise, then we would consider doing that.
Is there any scope for buying properties on the open market going forward?
Yeah, that's something that we are always open to. Scottish Government are very supportive of property acquisitions, regardless. But at the moment, there's nothing available on the market that we would be considering purchasing in that way. But we are always looking for different ways to increase our housing supply.
Okay, thanks, Natalie. Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. Now go to Billy Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. As alluded by Councillor Nimmo, we all know that we need more houses, whether it be the private sector but with social housing attached, buybacks or new builds. The 483 houses in the diagram on page 43, that they have the timetable for them changed if we set them at first, or they always been those dates for starting and finishing?
Ms. Muir-Young.
Thank you, Provost. There may have been some flex in relation to the start and finish dates. However, these dates are the same as those that were presented to committee on the 17th of October through the Strategic Housing Investment Programme. So these are the most up-to-date proposals for completions.
I know that but this time last year, a year before, were they dates different? Have they moved because of certain factors?
There has been movement across the programmes in particular sites, and there are sites that have been brought forward, and there is also sites there that would not have been there, perhaps 2 years ago. Okay. And that's the thing, the programme is always adaptable.
Yeah. I would echo the sentiments of Councillor Bowes regarding when you go to see the new properties, how refreshing it is to see the finished article. But what's also very gratifying to see is the new windows and doors replacement. You just need to go and speak to the people who live in these houses, and they'll tell you how what a difference it's made to their life, what a difference it made to the energy bills. So I'm glad we're continuing and accelerating that part of the business, because it does make a big difference. I'm like Councillor Nimmo, I'm worried going forward with the amount of new or amount of houses available in Falkirk for people trying to get a house. We have got not just our own people, but the people who we welcome into Scotland, into Falkirk, like the Ukrainian refugees. They look for a house the same as everybody else, and it's trying to accommodate everybody into the Falkirk family. So it will get harder and harder until we build more or acquire more houses. But good news story, both reports, and like everybody else, for Natalie, Kenny and Paul and the team, we just need to keep on striving for what we try to achieve. So thanks very much.
Really good.
Thanks very much, Billy. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I have 5 or 6 questions. Regarding housing improvements, how are we with the fire alarms? And has this thrown up that there's a lot of people not actually living in the houses? I've had various reports about you having to break into houses to install the new fire alarms, Bluetooth fire alarms, and nobody's actually living in them. Has this identified the amount of empty properties we have, which would greatly help with the housing waiting list if we're identifying that there's houses lying empty? That's my first question. I'd like to move on to heat pumps.
Do you want a response to the first question?
One at a time.
Councillor.
Fair enough.
Mr. Muriel.
Thanks, Provost. So yes, we did implement a forced access programme to ensure that we could progress with the FHQS requirement to install the heat and smoke detectors. That did identify particular properties that we had not been aware of, and certainly that's something that I'm aware of my colleague Paul and his team in housing operations have progressed. Likewise, we were able to identify perhaps issues around hoarding and such. So the project in itself did provide some value.
That's super, because every house that maybe allows a family to move in that's been used, I'd hate to use the words DSS drop, but I think if you know your area, you'll know what's roughly going on. We'll move on then to heat pumps. It's been widely acknowledged or widely reported that these are really ineffective, especially with our present climate, today included, and that heat pumps don't really adequately heat a home to a degree that is livable. Have we done further investigations into the use of heat pumps in this district, and are we flogging a dead horse here?
Ms. Muriel?
Yep, thanks, Provost. So far, the response and feedback from tenants has been positive in relation to the air source heat pumps. So that's something that we have considered, and we are also hearing that in terms of costs, they are providing some reduced costs as well.
Just to say, I've heard they're okay for background heat, but you've got to put the radiator on. Secondly, our gas-free areas, this seems to have been ongoing for some time, and I would imagine my colleague for the Braes is very keen to know what progress has been made there, and when will the contract be completed?
I'll hand over to Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you, Provost, for yourself. As previously said, I was happy to produce an update to members next week. We're just waiting for Scottish Gas Networks to provide an update. They have already started work but because this is a completely new pipeline, it takes some time for your utility company to put that in. Once that's in, then tenants will be available to start putting gas into their houses.
Oh, that's super. What is our progress on the solar panels? Are we hoping to roll that out to all our houses?
Again, Provost, through yourself, solar panels is one of the ways that we look at our energy and green efficiency, as well as solar farms. We're working with our colleagues in Place Services to look at the most efficient and effective way. All new build properties have solar panels going forward, but also we were looking at our off-gas areas. We'll look at that as well with battery backup storage as well. So it's certainly something we look at all individual cases to see what the most effective is to provide the best outcome for our tenants.
I'm sure a lot of us visit Stirling, and when you drive into Stirling, you see all the existing houses have been fitted with solar panels, and they seem to be well ahead of the game there. I would hate us to fall behind, especially with the carbon zero targets that was being set. Thank you. My next question, we are inundated with social media regarding grants for solar panels, heat pumps, insulation. How are we faring with grants from the Scottish Government regarding the installation of all these things, hopefully free?
Ms. Muriel?
So yes, we do also attract grant funding, particularly at the moment for the air source heat pumps. That has helped make that programme more affordable. We are aware of additional funding that can be accessed for private sector, and we also do work with owner occupiers in areas where there's the opportunity for funding to bring their properties to be more energy efficient as well.
I'm pleased to hear that, because net zero includes everybody.
Absolutely.
That's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to Councillor Brown. Then
Thank you, Provost. Just wanted to follow up on the back of some of Councillor Spears' questions on the off-gas areas and also the air source. As you're well aware, the Upper Braes are off gas, and we have had the project commence. I know the first pipe's been laid in Shield Hill, and the project is commencing. I've spoke to SGN myself, I've spoke to Kenny and the team, and that project is ongoing, which is fantastic news. My concerns are obviously the timescales. It's still a long time. We're still in the same situation where people in the Upper Braes are paying through the nose for electricity, but I am hopeful that will soon come to an end. My question is on the phase 2 commencing of the air source. Where are we with that? What are the timescales for that happening? Has the funding been agreed and approved? And feedback that I've had specifically from my constituents is that the air source has been life-changing, along with the new doors and windows. So that's been really positive to see. There's been no real issues apart from a couple, which is to do with the meters and Scottish Power, which have been worked on. But so far, feedback has been really positive, which for me, as their local elected member, it's amazing to see that transformation for people and the impact that's having on their daily life. So yeah, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Okay. So was there a question there? What was the question?
I'll repeat it. My question is, where are we with the phase 2 commencement and the funding approval?
Okay, Ms. Young.
Thank you, Provost. So phase 2 is currently progressing, and phase 3 we are actually at the point of doing the procurement today as we speak.
Thank you, great news.
You're welcome.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Councillor Brown. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. And thank you to all the officers who've been involved in this and the previous report, because that's been very useful. And thank you to my fellow councillors who've asked most of the questions that I had. So I've had answers to most of them. So thank you for that. One point I wanted to make was in relation to the equality, poverty and impact assessments, and to commend the staff involved in the consultation that is detailed in those impact assessments. These are really, really important in terms of informing us all about what is happening. Couple of questions, just one very minor and one more general. Page 56, the equality, poverty, impact assessment. refers to the fact that the tenant-led group, how your money is spent, there's no equalities data, and it refers to this being collected during 2021. I take it that's an error.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Provost. We have limited data at the moment. We recognise we do hold data on our existing tenants, but we are not able to extract that data or have the data from tenants who are not relatively new. So the intention throughout this year is to undertake equality gathering through our tenant satisfaction survey. That's a survey that we undertake every 3 years, and that will be carried out widely this year. So yes, thank you for highlighting. It's not that we don't have any data, the data is limited.
Right, thank you. So it is during 2024, not 2021.
Yes.
Yes. The other issue, I wonder if you would make a comment on, the consultation has been fairly extensive, but as with all our consultations, we would like to get responses from more of the participants. And I wonder if you could say a little more about how you're going to improve the responses to consultation for the coming year.
Ms. Young.
Thank you. And with my communities hat on as well, I will try and keep it really brief. So in relation to tenant consultation itself, we are actively encouraging a more diverse group of people to come on board to our tenant participation forums. That includes young people and what the group we would often refer to as the quiet voices. That has been initiated through the work that was undertaken last year for the local housing strategy. So that's one way we're aiming to do that. We'll also be using Participate Plus, and we are seeing great success already, particularly with the community choices grants that opened on Monday. We have a high volume of registrations. We're hoping that will also encourage more people to participate. We are also undertaking and stipulating this year that the consultation, there's a requirement that's carried out in person. Due to COVID, that was previously undertaken by telephone. So we are looking to bring people together and provide additional participation opportunities in a range of different ways, which will link in with our tenant participation strategy and also the plans for our community engagement strategy that's due to be renewed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Harlan. Councillor McCabe and Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. 3 or 4 questions. Councillor Spears had already posed a wee question to do with the smoke alarm installation. Natalie, at 4.1, where are we currently with the electrical checks and smoke alarm installation? Have you any idea? The reason I ask the question is 71% of council housing. I think that number will be far increased now. I don't think it'll be as bad as that. Can you just give us a wee update on where we are with it?
Deputy Provost. Councillor McCabe, yeah, we are making good progress. We have a very small number of properties, double figures, who are currently waiting to have the smoke alarms installed. So really good progress in the heat and smoke detection. The electrical certificates, that is also progressing, and we have accessed additional contractors to help with this programme, which had been one of the reasons why we had found it challenging.
Smashing, thank you. If I can move to 4.4 now, and recognising the acute need for a larger property stock, would it be prudent for the agreed annual target of 180 to 225 units to be all 3, 4 or 5 apartments? The reason I ask that is we could be utilising the existing council stock for smaller single family couple units. Yeah. Is there would you feel there's any drive that we could target larger properties, 3, 4, 5?
Deputy Provost. Councillor McCabe, we currently have a target of between 5 and 10% for our larger properties and our wheelchair accessible properties. So we are actively on our council new build sites identifying 4 and in some occasions 5 bedroom properties. Through the buyback scheme, we are targeting the purchase of larger properties. But in addition to that, we are also identifying properties that have scope for extension and adaptation. We have offered some incentives for tenants who may wish to downsize and have a smaller property. So there's a range of ways that we are aiming to achieve that objective.
Well, that's great, Natalie. It sounds as if you've got that in hand, and just basically what I was proposing there. You know, the acute need for larger houses and larger units. Part of the reason I posed that question is in 6.1, it talks about am I right? 6.1. Sorry, 6.3. The building design unit has apparently come up with a report on the council's housing specification. Could I get a copy of that? Is that available? I'm aware that there's been some issues with cost and, you know, we're building to quite a high spec. I don't know, I may be quoting Mr. Gillespie wrong here, but there have been some issues. We do have a relatively high specification, and I think that was the reason why the building design unit was tasked with having a look to see if there are any kind of savings that could be made. Do we if I could maybe just get a wee look at that, whatever report they've come back with.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, correct. We did undertake quite a rigorous exercise to consider savings. Through that, we identified some savings, but we also identified some areas of spend that actually provide longer term best value. So, for example, you know, aluminium windows specific. Wet wall. So there's specific elements there that, although the costs were higher, they did offer higher return. I would not be able to provide the technical specification because there may well be some commercial interest in that. So it's a document that we have used to inform our particular design with our design team, and it's subject to review. That's about a year ago now that we had undertaken that, given that costs may well change again. We will continue to undertake that best value approach with every site.
You're an absolute rogue, not letting me see that. That's frightening, Natalie, thank you. My question, we've identified, it was under 4.4, but I'm identifying 180 to 225 units annually. And yet the SHIP programme only identifies 483 council homes, 331 during 24 to 29. Can I ask what the disparity is there in those two figures?
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, good question, and it's one that I'm often asked because it
unpredictable.
Do you know, the setting of housing target is quite complex. So we can find ourselves where we have an affordable housing target, which we can perceive to be for housing for council alone. But this is actually a target that is across the whole of the local area. So this includes the homes that our partners will purchase through the RSLs, but it also includes shared equity and other affordable means for people to be able to purchase. So at the moment, for 24-25, we are projecting that within the council, our stock will increase by around 150. So that's the reason why there's disparity in both of the figures.
Thank you very much for that. Final question. It's in 6.7. Is it more advantageous to the council to purchase through the buyback scheme? It looks as if it is. in the fact that we received funding of 45k per property. Is that the advantage of using the buyback scheme?
They do provide additional homes in their own right. There is a balance to be struck between doing both. And there's a number of factors that we take into account in relation to the value of both the council new build and the buyback. But we also have the market variables to consider as well. So if, for example, we are buying back properties across the community, we would want to consider the impact of people who are looking to get onto the housing market. But also the council new build provides us with more opportunity to be providing homes that meet the housing standards, but also the needs that are identified in our housing need and demand assessment. We quite often find with buybacks that although we would hope to be able to adapt, they don't always lend themselves to being able to do that. So it's a balance of both.
Great, thanks very much for the answers then, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. We'll go to Councillor Binney then back to Councillor Brown for a final question. Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to thank Paul, Kenny and Moira. Actually, it's a very good report. I work very closely with Housing. I would say I get the most inquiries from my constituents at Housing. I know the Housing team and B&G work very well with myself actually, and they're very proactive. Excellent report. I have positive report. I have no qualms, though I do have a couple of questions regarding this. The energy efficiency works. Obviously, I see it mentions some areas and things like that. But at my surgeries, I have 4 a week, well, actually 3 a week, 4 every second week. And the most common question at the surgeries, like the high-rise flats, for example, Parkfoot. And I had a lady last night at Tamperhill about Green Bank, and she's got the wet electric heat in there. But especially about Parkfoot, every week, lots of people there come to me and they're very frustrated. And I know you've been working in the background, and I know I've actually, for MD says, I have taken this offline, as a matter of fact. I can't seem to get answers. And I think the most important thing is for constituents, if they're looking to improve their heating systems, and I know there's problems with costs, etc. But the key thing is for the constituents, especially our vulnerable elderly constituent, is having the right information there for them. So every week they ask me when they're going to get their new heating system. And I note that it's not mentioned in the report. And all these 3 high-rise flats, I believe Glenbrae, Greenbank and Parkfoot, all these elderly people cold, can't afford to heating, and asking when this will happen. And it's nobody's fault at the end of the day, because there are no housing services. BMD, they all work hard, but they need that communication reinforced, even every month actually, and that will help their mental health. So that's my question, when that will happen.
Okay, is that something you want to take offline, or with Councillor Binney?
Yes, please.
Okay. We'll now go to Councillor Brown, and finally Councillor Redmond, because we've still got another item of business to do before we break for lunch.
Thank you, Provost. Previously, it was mentioned that the turnaround for repairs in the current stock is 80 days. What is that now? Has that changed? Are we any better for getting new tenants into properties?
Mr. Gillespie.
Sorry, you got it.
Mr. Ferguson, carry on.
Through your Provost, yeah. So the current performance, if you come to the void turnaround time, is still below par. We have done a lot of work in the last 6 months to improve that. The rewards that will come in due course, so we do expect during 24-25 to see a drastic improvement in the void turnaround performance.
So we're still averaging the 80 days?
We're currently averaging in excess of 80 days, yes.
Excess of 80 days. Also, we talked about buybacks, new builds, that type of thing. What about those tenants that, say, a single elderly person who's in a 5 apartment? What is the process for the council evaluating the current stock that they've got and looking at where there's possibilities of opening up properties that are currently tenanted, but they have like a single person? I'll give you an example. My grand's in a 5 apartment in Camlin. She's 83 years old. She can't use the stairs, but she's sitting in a 5 apartment.
Ms. Bouillon?
Thank you, Provost. We have been undertaking a project to maximise our existing stock, and we have identified people who we believe that may be there in a smaller property.
Yep.
The next step then is for to have discussion with individuals, and one of the ways we have been looking to approach that has been through what we would do with the annual tenant visit in terms of our housing operation colleagues, to have that conversation as to whether people would be interested in what I referred to earlier, downsizing, and being able to provide some assistance.
Yeah.
We recognised that sometimes it's about the practical support, the actual movement from the properties. It's not necessarily about a financial incentive. So we have been working on a package of options to enable and support people to do that, because it helps the individual with cost of living and it helps us meet housing need.
Absolutely. Thanks, Natalie. No more questions.
Thanks very much. Final question, Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. And it was just on the new build council housing, and myself and a few other councillors visited the new site in Bonnybridge, and it's fantastic. It's been quite transformative for the area. They're really good standard, and obviously I think everyone agrees we all need more of that. And we've got a long waiting list, and we've got another site in Bonnybridge, Seabegs, which is now I think it's right in the shadow programme. So my question was just on, obviously, as we've heard with inflationary pressures and things are getting more and more. I think we had tradesmen's rates have went up 90%, so I think I might be going back in the tools shortly. The other thing that we had on that was the new build home grant from the Scottish Government is obviously being cut, and we're trying to find funding to fund the council tax freeze. Obviously, we don't know right now what the impact of that's going to be, but looking at the housing investment programme, would things have to be pulled out of that, or would things just take longer? How would that affect the programme?
Ms. Bouillon?
Thank you, Provost. The Scottish grant funding is not solely Falkirk Council's pot of money. That is for the whole of the Strategic Housing Investment Programme, where I had indicated earlier that's also for our RSL providers. So it may well be that that whole programme will be impacted, and it may be there will be decisions have to be taken regarding affordability. At the moment, we are able to access around 1/3 of the new build cost through grants, but we are having to deliver more with the same, and now potentially with less. So there may be changes to the programme. We would aim to try to avoid that, but ultimately, at the moment, over the 5-year programme, we have around £50 million investment. 15 million of that we are relying on at the moment the RPA, the grant. So once we have more information regarding the projections, we may need to re-profile. We have 3 sites at the moment, and they will continue because we have been advised they will be prioritised for funding.
And would that be the 3 biggest sites? Would end Denny and Banknott?
No, at the moment the 3 sites that we have are Hawk Gardens, Oak Bank, and Wood End Farm.
That's really interesting and good to hear. A sort of other point I didn't think about that is it's not just the council, it's the housing association as well. So by reducing this grant, it could have a big impact on the supply of local houses, which we desperately need. And it's obviously disappointing that we're funding tax freezes rather than prioritising investment in local services. I think we're seeing the impacts right here. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. So recommendations have been moved and seconded. Councillor Boyce, you want to come back?
Just to sum up.
Okay.
You didn't give me a chance in the last one, probably, so I'll take it on this one. I've got to say that it's been interesting listening to the questions. I think there's a lot of positivity throughout the council for the programme. I do like Paul and Natalie answering the questions, probably here slightly less than Mr Gillespie, as much as he's a very nice man. It's been quite refreshing today. I think there's a lot of positivity about the value of spend. There's other councils which are larger than us, which are not investing this amount of money through their housing revenue accounts. This, for the Falkirk area, for the people of Falkirk, importantly, gives them that healthier community. It gives them better house. It helps the green transition by using less energy. It's everything that we would want the council to be doing, and hopefully our people would want as well. So I think. And I thank council, because obviously there's no amendments, so I thank council for taking this very positively, and I look forward to running through next year. And one last comment is, Jack, a little bit like myself, you know why they gave us a collar and tie. Don't bother about getting back in the tools, mate. Okay, but thank you for all this.
Thanks very much, Councillor Boyce. So report's moved, seconded, and no amendments. So can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Okay, next item of business is agenda item 6, appointment process for the post of head of education, and it's pages 311 to 315. And Mr. Lawrie will speak to that report, but before that, I'd just like to say a few words about David Mackay and invite the group leaders to make some comment as well. David joined local government in 1995, and he worked as one of the council's quality improvement managers from 2012 until he was promoted to head of education in 2016. As head of education, David aimed to improve attainment across all our schools and worked well with his colleagues to do this. He actively engaged with councillors, and I always found him open and honest about the way forward for education. He always had the interest of people's foremost in his mind, and anything I needed to know, he always gave a detailed answer. All in all, an excellent officer, and credit to education. At this point in his life, he's taken the decision to leave the council and retire. I'm sure we would all like to thank David for all he's done across the years to support our schools and young people. David, as some of you know, is a keen Glasgow Warriors supporter, and he's been a rugby referee for many years, and now is a caravan in Ayrshire, I'm told, to relax, and rumour has it he's taken up paddleboarding to get fit again. So now you've retired, David, you're more time to pursue these activities. I'm sure we all in the council wish you very well for the future. And Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I would just echo your comments. Having known David as he's come through the organisation, he has been a credit to the service, and particularly in developing our ASN provision, and he's been integral in developing that further, and the review that is now ongoing around that. Some of that comes from his own personal experience, which he'd be able to draw on, which always helps to keep people human, and actually delivering services and remembering why you're there, what you're there to do. He has worked very diligently, and has come through the service at a time where it's been very challenging. He's helped support the senior management team in going through the COVID years, which we now seem to be referring to, and continue to be able to deliver the best quality education for our children. And in fact, we led the way, particularly around digital, and to see that our education service back to the attainment levels which are pre-COVID and continue to push forward. David has been fundamental in all of that, and I know that he was well respected by his colleagues within the senior management team, and they worked very collaboratively on that. So now that he has decided to move on to pastures new, we do wish him well, and hope his health continues to improve.
Yep.
Thank you,
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Provost. I have obviously not worked with David for anything like as long as some of the other councillors, having only been a councillor myself since 2022. But for the time I have worked with David, I've found him to be always, as the Provost said earlier, very open, honest, helpful and responsive. Yeah. He also was always quite a cheerful person, a joy to talk to when passing the time of day over a cup of coffee. I'm sorry that he is leaving us, but I wish him absolutely all the best in the future. And on behalf of all of the Falkirk Labour Group, I wish him very well in his retirement, and I hope he moves on to do things that he perhaps can enjoy, as has been mentioned earlier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. I'll go to Billy Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. I'd just like to send sentiments with previous speakers. I've worked with David the last 7 years. Always comes back with an answer, quick and precise. And when Robert Naylor was taken away, David stepped up to take head of education, which is no mean feat. And when you don't get so many chances in life, Provost, and when your health deteriorates to the point where it might affect your work, I believe he's done the right decision. I believe Robert Naylor done the right decision. I wish the two of them were still here, but when your health tells you it's time, this is no dress rehearsal. This is the real deal, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of all my colleagues that we wish him every refreshing and successful retirement.
Thanks very much, Billy Kerr. I'll go to Councillor Spears now.
Okay, I would obviously like to echo all the comments that have been made by the other group leaders. Wish him good health and a good retirement, and I'm sure he'll miss us greatly.
I'm sure he will. Thanks very much. Is there anybody else want to make a comment? Okay, thanks very much, and we do wish him well for the future. We'll now go to Mr. Laurie to speak to the report.
Thank you, Provost. So the Council agreed a revised council management structure in September of last year that included a Director of Education and 2 Head of Education positions. It agreed to delegate responsibility for the appointment of the new Head of Education post to the Appointments Committee. Subsequently, in December, with Robert Naylor's retirement, Council also delegated responsibility to the Appointments Committee to take forward the Director of Education position. Both these recruitment exercises are underway. And since then, the current Head of Education, David Mackay, has been acknowledged as also retired. And so this report then seeks delegated powers again to the Appointments Committee to also recruit to that vacant post. To reduce duplication of work and reduce costs, it's intended to recruit to both Head of Education posts as part of the current recruitment exercise. Happy to take questions, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. We'll go to Councillor Meikle-Jones first.
Thank you, Provost. Following on from the previous report that we had before us with regard to education, I'm happy to move the recommendations. The adverts are already in circulation, and from what I understand, we've had some good interest, which is really helpful. But this just allows us to be able to move forward, and once there is a director in place, we'll be able to look at recruiting the heads of education accordingly. So happy to move the report as is.
Thanks very much. You have a seconder? Councillor Sinclair?
Thanks, Provost. Happy to second, reserve the right.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Hannah, any comment?
Thank you, Provost. I think it's at the same time unfortunate that we have lost 2 excellent heads of education and a director, but it also gives an opportunity to the council to recruit in this way. And I'm glad to hear that there has been a lot of interest, and let us hope that we can do well with that. Simply like to also recognise those people who have stepped up to fill the gaps during this period. Karen Algie, Rona J have done an excellent job in carrying things forward in addition to their own normal activities.
Thank you. Billy Kerr?
Happy with the report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears?
Happy with the report and happy and hopeful that the Appointments Committee will truly reflect the views of this council.
Okay, thanks very much. So report's been moved and seconded. Can we agree on the report?
Agreed.
Okay, so we'll now break for lunch back here about 25 to 2, and the first item's the Bonus Recreation Centre. Well, welcome back everyone. The next item of business is the Bonus Recreation Centre update. We've got 3 deputation requests. So, in accordance with Standing Order 33.5, Council will decide whether to hear the deputations. Are we minded to hear the deputations?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just say this first. I also want to remind members of the need to behave in a respectful manner to each other and to officers. I appreciate that emotions may be high on some of the items that we'll be considering on the agenda. We can disagree and no doubt will disagree, but we can't do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. Not only does the Code of Conduct require this of us, but the public expects it of us too. I take this opportunity to remind members that all members should be heard without interruption. So, if the deputies could take their place. And just to be clear, we'll hear all the deputies first, and then we'll ask questions of the 3 of them. So we'll hear Mr. Francis Fitzpatrick first. He's got 10 minutes, and when you're ready, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frank Fitzpatrick. I'm a chartered building surveyor. I've worked in private practice for the past 36 years. My remit is to carry out an independent and impartial review of technical reports received. Starting with the Curry and Brown report, the report is a draft. The first draft was issued in August 2023. The revised draft was issued in November 23, and I'm not aware that any finalised or updated reports have been issued. That is the report that's been received. The report is titled Condition Surveys 2023, which is part of a portfolio assessment across Falkirk Council stock, covering an unquantified number of buildings. The report objective is stated as to create an accurate baseline record of the current condition of buildings, flagging current and future issues where possible. The report received contains an Appendix A, is drawings, but it did not form part of the documents received. There's also one section of the report missing, Section 7, which refers to a standalone Excel spreadsheet, a template provided by Falkirk Council. We've not seen that either. The costings contained within the report, they're estimates and have not been market tested. Moving on to the actual report, the building elements. I'll cover building elements and then mechanical and electrical plant. Building elements refers to the steel frame and structure being in fair condition with no obvious structural defects, which I agree with. The flat roofs are stated as generally reaching the end of their serviceable lifespan. However, no disrepairs have been identified, no defects are recorded, and no roof leaks exist. So I'm not quite sure how, you know, the comment has been made that they are reaching the end of their serviceable lifespan. Moving on, the concrete floors and stairs are confirmed as being in fair condition, performing as intended. External walling, cavity brickwork is again in fair condition. External wall cladding is stated as being in poor condition. Replacement should be anticipated. However, there's no time frame identified, no defects stated. The alleged poor condition is not substantiated, nor do I agree with the comments. Cladding, as the cladding is actually in fair condition, is continuing to serve its intended purpose with largely cosmetic depreciation in place. The report states windows are in fair condition, albeit the replacement of seals and redecoration should be anticipated, but there's no time frame identified. Although painting PVC or aluminium framed windows is unusual. And again, no defects or disrepairs are identified. Therefore, the recommendations are unusual. Similar comments apply to a whole raft of additional elements, such as internal walls and doors, sanitary fittings, fixed internal facilities, furniture and fittings. There's an element covering decoration. The report states that cyclical decoration should be anticipated during the reporting period, although that applies to any building in any location, nothing unique to this specific property. The report states that window blinds should be anticipated for renewal in the current period. However, there are no defects or disrepairs. The blinds are assumed to be serviceable and maintainable and continuing to serve their intended purpose. Drainage. Under condition, it's stated, undertake jetting through of all underground drains, although it's also stated under the description that the drains have not been inspected, but it is presumed that they would benefit from jetting through. These comments apply to any building in any location at any time, nothing unique to this building. Outdoor sports facilities, which are excellent, are reported as being in fair condition, which is quite misleading. In terms of defects identified for the building elements, there's really very little stated. There's tar macadam on the car park is identified as it's beginning to wear and crack, which it is. There's some repairs required to the level ramp access and some localized reinforcement repairs needed. It's all very localized, low key, minor, low cost type work. So there's very little really on the building element. Moving on to mechanical services, the boiler plant is stated as life expired, whilst also stated as being operational. No defects or disrepairs are identified, and the installations are assumed to be serviceable, maintainable and fit for purpose. The boiler flues are stated as expected to reach life expiry within 5 years, although they're actually quite modern in nature, having been replaced previously. The heating plant is stated as beyond economic life, yet no defects or disrepairs have been identified. There's no commentary on condition. Ventilation is also beyond economic life, allegedly, but again, the installations are stated as currently operational. Moving on to the electrical installations, the report states, we have seen a copy of a statutory report, which is called an electrical installation condition report, dated 2015, which they confirm was out of date. Although bizarrely, some commentary is provided on that report. There's no reference made to the subsequent statutory report required in 2020. That was actually commissioned in October 2020, and that report was carried out. Some remedials were undertaken, and the report is now compliant. The building is compliant. The report confirms that the installation is serviceable and maintainable and fit for purpose. The technical report states that cabling is out with its lifespan of 20 years. corroded and should be replaced. There's no detail or commentary or context, yet there's in fact no photographs of any alleged corrosion. Yet all of those comments are completely contradicted by the statutory compliant current EICR report for the property, which remains current until the end of 2025. The technical report reviewed also states small power wall sockets and light switches, they're out with their lifespan of 15 years. I mean, if that's the case, every building in the district would be replacing sockets and light switches which is completely bizarre comment, makes no logical sense. And I dare say, I mean, the 15-year period is taken from a textbook on life cycle costing, but bears very little relationship to reality. In terms of mechanical and electrical defects, the only things stated are cabling being corroded, which is disputed and proven otherwise by the current EICR report in place. It's also stated that one of the air handling units is not operational, but there are 5 in total, and the building can easily accommodate one not being operational at any one time. So in terms of summary comments on the Curry and Brown report, I'd make a couple of points. The report objective was stated as to create an accurate baseline record of current condition of the building, flagging current and future issues. From the documentation provided, this objective is not achieved. Aspects of the report produced are deficient, inadequate, and quite misleading. To the contrary, the report confirms...
You've got a minute left there.
Okay. To the contrary, the report confirms that there are few defects and few disrepairs, confirms that all of the installations are serviceable and maintainable, and the building is operating as intended. In the absence of any major defects or disrepairs, I mean, the building is deemed to be in fair condition and continuing to serve its intended purpose. I do not agree with the overall condition ratings or indeed the cost estimates. Assuming that routine and statutory maintenance is carried out in a professional manner, the building and plant should continue to operate as expected, albeit not without, with an aging building, there's maybe a degree of risk, but it is continuing to serve its intended purpose and is operational and serviceable. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Now, Shasta Cheney and Mr. Stewart have 10 minutes between them. Is it Mr. Stewart speaking first? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Robert Stewart. Just to give you a wee bit of my background, I worked in the electronics industry. I worked all over the world. Basically, lived in California for a few years, not the one up the road, but the one in the west coast of the US, and managed businesses all over the world, up to $750 million in revenue. So I'd like to think I have a wee bit of credibility in my background. Throughout all these discussions about the future of Bowness Recreation Centre, there's been very little mention about all the new houses being built and how every developer stated that there was a recreation centre in Bowness as part of their marketing material to make it attractive to house hunters. Not only would that new housing add potential new users for BRC, but there's no mention of, my estimate, an additional approximately $3 million annually in council tax revenue that these new houses would bring in. We don't know where the planning gain went, but that's already gone. But that has to be asked. There doesn't appear to be, or Bowness doesn't appear to be generating a shortage of money for Falkirk Council. I was also informed that at a meeting last Friday, one of the officers, as part of a justification, stated that, well, if you kept the centre, it would need to close for about 18 months for repairs. And over that time, people's habits change. They get used to not using it. They get used to doing different things, and they probably wouldn't go back. Well, if that logic is true, then how long have we not had a Falkirk Town Hall? And surely we're all used to not having one by now. we've just heard from a qualified chartered surveyor about the condition and how his estimate is a very far cry from what has been presented to you as elected officials to make decisions on. And that worries me a bit, because I think you as elected representatives make decisions based on the evidence presented to you. If I was in your shoes, I'd be extremely concerned about the quality, accuracy and truthfulness of the information being presented to me.
Stop there. You shouldn't be saying something like that. That's quite a strong criticism, really.
Well,
we're entitled to have different.
Can I withdraw truthfulness and leave it at accuracy?
Aye, that seems fair enough.
But that's not for me to worry about. That's for you as elected officials to worry about, because you're the people that make the decisions, and then in turn your electorate judge you on how good your decisions are. The final point I'd like to ask you to consider, and not even only consider, but to come up with something concrete, is if you do take away Bowness Recreation Centre, what will there be provision for the people of Bowness? And we've heard you can use Bowness Academy. To me, that's a nebulous response. I think the people of Bowness deserve to know exactly which sport and leisure facilities will be available to them, exactly what the access times will be, how access will be controlled if it is to be Bowness Academy, for example, post-Dunblane concerns, what classes and facilities will be provided for the people of Bowness. As council taxpayers in Bowness, I think that's the least that we are owed by this forum here, is for you to clearly state what will be available for us in any post-BRC environment. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Stewart. So we'll now go to Ms. Oshitini. You've got about 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Frank and Robert, and I think some interesting information there. You'll agree. I just want to touch very briefly on the plan of, shall we say, neglect and gross underfunding the facilities, and crucially also maintenance in Bowness. I think has become evident, and everyone in Bowness knows that this is the case. However, a council document search revealed that there was a 10-year plan developed in 2014 in terms of venues, rationalise the amount of venues and target investment. And we know that perhaps, you might want to say, oh, legacy issues, the trust, and that was previous administrations. Of course, we do know that, some present day councillors were on the board of the trust, so we'll know what was happening. I know Councillor Meiklejohn was there from 17 to 19. So the legacy issue, I don't think is going to walk it. I also want to say that you have to be clear with the electorate about perhaps your rationale for closing immediately Bowness. I know we've had some virtue signalling about getting the council back on track, balancing the books. We won't be able to fund road repairs, and other communities will be aggrieved if Bowness gets some investment, as we've seen at reports and heard at meetings. Well, I would say the council need to own up to their own responsibilities, tell the truth. BRC and the Bowness community are being used as a money pot, cash cow, whatever you want to call it. The CAT transfers from the saved running costs from BRC, yeah, they'll be used to get your CAT buildings up, get rid of them. And then the sale of the land is effectively, let's be honest, to plug the identified funding gap in the proposed Art Bleaktown Town Hall. You'll all remember the papers in the council meeting in December talking about this. I just want to again briefly touch on the planning. Now, obviously, we know there's been a lot of houses, built. There's also a lot of houses planned. And I want to ask, why did the council see fit to grant planning permission for 229 new houses with outline permission for a further 200 houses? This was granted in January 23, and yet by March 23, you're proposing a key community asset, the recreation centre, will be closed. Do your departments not communicate with each other? Seriously? So, and we also know that the planning did not pass first time because there were serious concerns about lack of capacity for growth. Guess who voiced these concerns? Falkirk Health Board. There are serious national health concerns about the provision in Bowness. Now, I know there was additional funding placed there, but well, you know, again, from your from your December meeting, you can't just magic up a doctor. And we do know, again, that the accepted links and appreciated and valued links between sport, health and well-being experiences for all ages, it is literally preventative and proactive health care, as I say, for all ages in the community. And again, ignoring the council's own stated health and well-being plan. Well, okay. So, and again, looking at your own planning documents, Bowness is being designated as accepted as an area of high growth up to 2034. It's growing considerably now. It's going to grow more yet. In comparison, just Grangemouth is designated again by your council department as an area of low growth. So we would argue in Bowness is a very good reason to reinvest the additional council tax, as Robert says, all the planning gains, past and future, into Bowness. Perhaps even, you know, even if we do have to put someone in the recreation centre, it's going to be perhaps payback for this 10 years of underinvestment. The investment that Grangemouth has had includes, circuit, new state-of-the-art treadmills, additional capital funding from Falkirk Council to modernise the flumes. New features include cruiser and bruiser flumes. And then let's go up to present day. A new interactive studio, $500,000. Here we go. And just January passed. You've got
a minute left.
Okay, another refurbishment in the gym, and I could tell you more about Mariners too. Ask me more about that because I want to move on to another serious concern.
You've only got about 50 seconds. Then you'll have to stop.
Changes have been made in the EPIA print version from 23 to 24, whereby the opinions of the statutory services in 23, fire, police, NHS have significant concerns in your EPIA. By 2024, guess what? They have magically disappeared. Now, I have looked at the Equality Act, I have looked at the Public Service Equality Duty, and I can find nowhere where it says it is okay to redact the message, the information that you need to make a valid judgment.
That's your time up, Ms. Ostertine. Thanks very much for your consultation.
Please ask.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So now it's up to members to ask questions, no make statements because on the Bowness Recreation Centre, because I'm sure that'll come later. It's specifically to ask questions on the statements you've heard. So we've got Councillor Spears for.
Thank you. After today's presentation, it has left us in the position, and the position is, what are we at this stage? It has become after the Craig and Brown report, their conditions survey, their estates management record. It's a tale of two reports. The reports that's in front of us. Sorry, the question's coming. Right. And a tale of another report. So my question is really to Mr. Benny.
No, it's a questions for the deputation, Councillor Spears. You see,
I know what report they believe, and I know what report we've been given. So my question to you is, whose report would you believe here? We're in a position as elected members for communities to make decisions that we need to make on the information. So I'll ask you, whose report would you base your decision on?
Yes, I think that's probably beyond the scope of a question for this particular deputy.
Okay. We got another question, Councillor Spears?
I think so.
We go to Councillor Garland.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks for everybody with their deputations. I've got quite a few questions I'd like to ask Francis. And Francis, thank you for your opinion, which does differ greatly from the external impartial experts, Curry and Brown. Can I ask you just a quick question on this? Are you a user of the REC at all?
So we can't hear you, sorry.
Are you a user of the REC, Frank?
Mr. Fitzpatrick, did you hear that?
Yes, I heard you, yes. No, I don't use the recreation centre.
But you do, you're a resident of Bowness, so
Correct.
I think it's a wee bit questionable whether it's an impartial representation you're bringing forward. Well, I know it's from if I can speak, Provost, I noted from your deputation. Yes.
Question, no statement.
Yes, but there was a question in there. And you just had a question on that one. I've got another 7 questions to ask. I noted from your deputation that you recognise many of the findings of the Curry and Brown assessment and that a large number of the building elements are, whilst operational, are life expired and represent a risk of failure. Can you confirm this?
I couldn't quite hear you with the equipment behind you. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, no problem at all. I noted from your deputation that you recognise many of the findings of the Curry and Brown assessment and that a large number of the building elements are, whilst operational, are life expired and represent a risk of failure. Can you confirm this?
What the? So, they are serviceable and operational. They are compliant with statutory requirements. Yes, they are aged, but they are not life expired. And that's highlighted by the fact that they're continuing to operate and they are serviceable and they're maintained. For example, the electrical installation is the statutory certification runs until the end of 2025. That is typical of the installations.
Okay. In terms of your professional opinion, would you be comfortable advising that you do not consider there to be a risk of failure in the building on parts such as the wiring and that are life expired and the concern identified by Curry and Brown?
Well, I would have to disagree that the wiring is life expired because, and that's not my opinion, the specialist engaged by Falkirk Council, and they're not a small operator, they're one of the largest facilities providers globally. They themselves confirm that the wiring is not life expired. The electrical installation is completely serviceable and maintainable.
Of a particular concern is the swimming pool, which we've all seen the photographs of and some members have visited. You mentioned this could be patched. Are you comfortable with this approach, given that, as suggested by Curry and Brown, further investigations by structural engineers are required? Are you suggesting these structural concerns for further investigation are not required and willing to go on the record on this basis?
I'm not sure what report you have seen, but certainly the Curry and Brown report in my possession makes no reference to that, nor have I stated that the swimming pool can be patched. I made no reference to that at all.
Okay. You mentioned that you do not consider the Curry and Brown report to be a condition assessment. Irrespective of this, is it not clear that what has been provided provides substantial evidence that whilst operating at present, the building is at or beyond its life expected life and will increasingly represent a risk of failure?
Well, the fact of the matter is, based on the Curry and Brown report, very few defects and disrepairs have been identified. I've seen more defects and disrepairs walking from the car park into this meeting room than are identified in that report. So really, this, you know, the facts that there are so few issues highlighted, I think speaks volumes.
Do you recognise that to replace or modernise the elements that are beyond life expectancy, that there will be substantial asbestos removal works required that would make keeping the building open virtually impossible?
Well, that might well arise at some future date, but that point has not been reached and may not be reached for the foreseeable future. But if and when, you know, an issue arises in the future, you know, a comprehensive asbestos report has been commissioned. It's very competent, very detailed, can't argue with anything in it. There's a management plan in place which is updated annually. I do have some reservations over the content of that, but yes, there will be some asbestos removal works required, as with all buildings of that age, this building being no exception. But again, that would not necessarily result in the closure of the centre.
So, over the next few years, if the council were, as you have suggested, retain the BRC, do you agree that the capital expenditure required would be better used on improving and potentially expanding the school next door, which will last a lot longer and be more suitable than a nearly 50-year-old building that isn't fully accessible?
Well, with respect, that's for others to consider. I have merely carried out an impartial, independent review of the Curry and Brown report.
So you've not done a survey of the building itself?
No, I've examined the Curry and Brown report. I've not carried out my own condition assessment of the building. I've examined the Curry and Brown report commissioned by Falkirk Council.
Okay, so I think this is actually my last question. You'll be happy to know. Whilst you clearly as a resident object to the closure of the recreation centre, I suspect that as a professional chartered building surveyor of many years' experience, you would agree that the building is at or beyond its life expectancy. The condition of the property is bad, its layout is poor, with many parts not fully accessible, and the costs associated with undertaking the works do not represent value for money, given the property losses of over £1 million per annum.
I have no vested interest in the recreation centre. I'm not part of any groups or campaigns. I've got no view on closure of the centre or not. I'm merely, as I stated at the outset, the remit is to carry out an independent, impartial review on the technical reports produced. I've made no comments or statements, emotional or otherwise, regarding the closure of the recreation centre. So some of those questions are perhaps manipulating circumstances, manipulating or trying to lead me on to a certain response, but my remit is quite specific relating to the technical reports produced, and I've no interest in either way in the recreation centre, whatever decision is made.
Okay, thanks. Francis?
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Any other questions for the deputies? Councillor Aitchison.
Thanks, Provost. This is to Mr Fitzpatrick. If you were to categorise Bowness Recreation Centre in a professional capacity, what rating would you give it?
Well, if you look at the categories in the report, there are 4 categories: good, satisfactory, poor and bad. So it's quite limited trying to categorise the condition of the building into one of those 4 items. You're almost trying to pigeonhole it into that category. Category A is good condition, which would be as new, which clearly it is not. Category B is satisfactory, the definition for which is performing as intended, which it is, but exhibiting minor deterioration, which, yes, there is minor deterioration. There is more than minor deterioration, so it's not a category B. Category C is poor, exhibiting major defects and or not operating as intended. Well, it's not exhibiting major defects because there's nothing identified in the Curry and Brown report, whereas it is operating as intended. So it's not a category C. And if it's not a C, it's not a D. So it's somewhere between a B and a C. there really ought to be one or two additional categories between the B and a C, and that's where it would lie. And of course, that may change from year to year, of course.
Thanks, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much, Councillor Aitchison. We'll now go to Councillor Redmond.
You spoke a bit about, from Mr. Rossicini, about investment at Grangemouth. What sort of investment has there been at Bowness over the last? I was saying how you talked about investment here at the Grangemouth Sports Centre. What investment has there been at Bowness over recent years?
Very little. Very little. This is what I'm using here is the trust reports. So I've gone back from 2011, 2012. So this is the investment that we've had in Bowness. 11-12, we've got a cafe redecoration. 12-13, we did get a fitness studio improvements, and I can get further details, obviously. 2 of the 3 AstroTurf, the pitches were done. That was a request from Sport Scotland. The reception area was refurbished. The matted combat zone was created, and the soft play, which probably would have actually been quite a good facility, was removed. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, nothing. 16, 17, small scale improvements in the trading facilities, the cafe. 17, 18, nothing. 18, 19, 19, 20, 21, 20, 21, 22, 22, 23, we had a gym refurbishment, and I believe there was a planned air handling work to be done. That may be something that Frank's mentioned there. It was cancelled due to a specific property review. We certainly didn't get 500,000 cyclist studio, I can tell you that. As I say, here's everything here. I was telling you a few things there. That's Grangemouth. That's included things like maintenance, and they did want to say we also took the opportunity. This is in 17-18. This is in Grangemouth. This is a trust report. We also took the opportunity to grout swimming pool tanks. This type of work goes largely unnoticed by customers, but essential work behind the scenes required maintenance. That's a trust. It obviously boasting about what they're doing, and the Grangemouth is full of this. Not only investment, maintenance, as is the Mariner, and of course Mariner's big investment, as you know, because actually the Mariner was when I was looking at the quarterly reports.
I think it was just asking about Bowness.
Oh, sorry. Well, we were asked about the comparison. So anyway, Mariners, remember, they got the nice big soft play. I think it was mega bucks.
That's fine. And then just the final question I had was, you spoke about an EPIA had
Yes.
changed. Could you specify which EPA it was that changed? And
I am exceptionally, and I mean exceptionally concerned about this. You may recall in the 23 SPR, there was EPIAs done as part of this. Obviously, as you know, it's a legal obligation, the Equality Act, the Public Service Equality Duty, an absolutely key feature of that. So in 2023, there was several statements made, things about what the mitigation would be. Initially, of course, the mitigation in 2023 was to arrange access for the school during the day and in the evening. Now that I hesitate to call it an update, because I've done a screen grab of both of them to do a comparison, because the Equality Poverty Impact Assessment has got a code number 00426. Both print versions have the same code number. Both print versions have the same version number. However, the print in 2024, the mitigation is altered. It also, it also states on the front page that all updates require to be dated. and indeed there are some updates about admissions and things like that are dated, but they say other updates are not dated. So the 2024 print mitigation for access, mitigation for loss of that access to the school is removed. So therefore, it'll be only be the evening. I think about 4:45 was mentioned. So effectively, and it does and I've got copies of this that you can have. It does mention this later. Again with the mitigation. So effectively, you're saying everyone who uses that centre during the day, like myself, if you go up there in the mornings, it's full of pensioners, swimming, classes, aqua, crucially, as well as the gym, active fourth. So effectively, if you are saying there'll be no access to that, to these facilities, or any facilities indeed, you're prized and very well respected, quite rightly so, active fourth. Chopped.
Ms. Ostachini, Councillor Redmond was asking for a comparison of the EPIA.
Right,
what the
okay, right.
difference was.
Well, I've got one other comparison that I absolutely cannot believe. In the 2023 print version, there was, and actually those of you who were able to come to our public meeting, I thank you very much for that, will know that here in there's a section, which sectors are likely to have an interest or to be affected by the proposal of BREAT policy. So you'll see here, fully we've got business concerns, council concerns, education sector concerns, fire concerns, NHS concerns, integrated joint board concerns, police concerns, third sector, and of course they note Scottish Swimming will lose an important asset in their sporting network. Fast forward, remember, same version, same code, no updates. Business has been, their concerns have been redacted. Council have no concerns. Aye, well, we can why. Education sector have no concerns. Seriously? Fire, I repeat, the fire service, you are telling us they have no concerns. Now, I can tell you at our public meeting in November, a local senior fire officer was so concerned he arranged for a fire protection officer to come and speak to that public meeting of about nearly 500 people about the severe concerns they had. And now Falkirk Council has decided, oh, didn't tell them, just say no concerns. NHS has been severely redacted. The integrated joint board.
Thanks very much for that.
I'm sorry, I must tell you that the police service.
No, if I'm telling you to stop speaking, you need to stop speaking.
Right. It's all written here. Right, so please have a look.
There'll be an opportunity later on for that question to be raised with officers.
Thanks, Provost.
Please God, there is.
Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. The first question is to Frank. You've said that you do not agree with the conclusions in terms of the conditions of the buildings and the cost repairs associated to repair the defunct Inverness Recreation Centre. Could you give a figure of what you think the estimated cost of repair would be?
Push your button.
Firstly, that is outwith of my remit, which is to comment, review the report produced, rather than produce my own report as such. But I dare say the facts of the matter are few disrepairs and defects have been identified, but the cost to remedy those would be, modest, low level, nothing of the scale reported within this document. So really, it would be a fraction of what is reported. The figures in here are. They're obviously not market tested, in some ways pie in the sky, but it's based on a scope which is not really relevant at this particular moment. That is the main issue I have is it's recommending works which are not necessary at this time.
Could you give more definition about what you meant by pie in the sky?
Well, in terms of the scope, a lot of the installations they've identified as life expired or beyond economic life. They're really almost flippant type comments. They're based on no substantiation, no validation, no review of the servicing history, the maintenance records, no commentary on expenditure and previous expenditure, no comment, for a condition report, there's actually no commentary on the actual installations. If we take the boiler plant, there's 2 boilers. Do they work in isolation? Do they work together? Is there a duty and standby? Do they work in series? How are they configured? Actually, what condition are they in? You would almost have a specific report on each, a detailed build-up assessment on that particular component installation to draw a conclusion. Whereas this is effectively an overview, an oversight of the building without very little, it's not a detailed condition assessment whatsoever. So really a lot of the conclusions in here are relatively meaningless, and the figures which are associated with them are likewise also meaningless.
Thank you for that answer. I've also got one question for Dorothy.
Yeah.
In your deputation, you said that there was a belief that the sale of the land that Bowness Recreation Centre is on would be used to fill the gap for the Falkirk Town Hall project. That is quite an accusation. So do you have any evidence?
Well, the evidence I would cite is that if you remember the council paper, I know I took a screen grab where I know it was the paper that was passed by the council. It was put to the members that they have to accept. I think at that point, it was about 59 million they were quoting or something for it, and they were saying there was a 6.5 million capital shortfall, and it also said in the same papers that part of mitigating that, I think a key part of mitigating that would be the capital receipts. And I know that was interpreted again by the Falkirk Herald when they reported the meeting as the sale of surplus council sites. So that's from the council meeting in December is where my concern is raised. And as I say, I know that in the SPR that's following on now, and I think that's part of the reason to put us first. Because if you don't get rid of Bowness, the rest of the SPR, you're kind of struggling. Because I know for the CAT buildings, I know they have to put them in a certain condition before they're handed on to any community group. So there'll be, probably quite a significant amount of works done there. So if Bowness closes now earlier, and remember it was passed in December that we shouldn't close until at least 2026. And I thought there was a 6-month rule about bringing things back, but I'm not quite sure about that one, but let's check that. So suddenly there's this, what has been an interpretation of a very loose Craig and Brown report to say the building is now failing, when it doesn't appear to be failing. Yes, it's needing repairs. We're not saying that it's not needing repairs, that's for sure. And it needs investment, and that's what we're looking for. But there's this rush to say it is failing, it must close. Therefore, how convenient. Save the running costs, put that into your CAT buildings, and then you will be left with a surplus council site. And of course, remember, you're trying to tell us that the police have no concerns, whereas previously they were very concerned about vandalism. Hey, wait till you've got an empty recce, then you'll see vandalism tenfold. Remember, we actually just to say about the police. We were at a right. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, you're no interested in what the police say. They'll be chuffed.
2 minutes. Mr. Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. So you mentioned the report in December 23 about the capital assets being sold.
That's right. They were saying that.
But there was no specific.
No, there was no. No, there was no specific, but of course, rushing us through after agreeing for 26 and us being on before the SBR, so that you know how much money you've got to spend on the other buildings.
But
I think it's been a fairly clear indication, don't you?
The conclusion that you came to in your deputation was you're putting dots together rather than it was you're putting dots together rather than.
It's fairly obvious dots, I think. I think it's fairly obvious, but perhaps the electorate will judge that one.
Thank you.
We'll just go to Mr. Moody just to go over the standing orders on the time for questions to deputies.
Thank you, Provost. And it's just to remind members that we've had 10 minutes for each deputation already, and ordinarily there would be 10 minutes for questions for each of the deputations, giving a total of 20. We have now exceeded that time, but I'm aware there is a long list of councillors wishing to be heard on the matter. Provost, there is some discretion for you, but I'm also conscious there is a lot of business still remaining on the agenda, so I fear it may be difficult to accommodate every councillor who wishes to speak.
Thank you. I would suggest we go to Councillor McCabe, Councillor Ritchie, and then we'll move on. We'll close the discussion, the questions for the deputies. I know, but we've just said Mr. Moody's just explained the situation on time, and we've still to go to Mr. Benniott to speak to the report. Okay.
And just a very quick point. I was spoke to Councillor Bundy. Councillor Bundy asked his deputation whether.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Has the speaker got a microphone on? It's difficult to hear online.
I have got a microphone on, so if it's not working. Councillor Bundy had asked for evidence in the deputation's viewpoint regarding the sale of the land. What she made was a proposition, not evidence. And I just like to make that claim that it's not evidence. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much.
But it does say that you will sell surplus council sites.
You can't just come in like that. If you continue to do that, I'll have to put you out. Okay,
that's fine.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. A couple of questions. First of all, thank you for the deputation. Really appreciate you coming along today. I'll pose this one to Mr. Fitzpatrick. Would it be fair to say that what we have here is a report which you were asked to comment on, and you have given your professional opinion as to the content of that report? Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I've carried out an independent, impartial review of that report, yes.
Thank you. You haven't been involved in, you weren't commissioned to go into the building and carry out, you wouldn't have been allowed access, I'm sure, anyway. But
I was allowed, I did inspect the property with permission, yes.
Yeah, okay. During your deputation, you mentioned, you suggested that there were a number of comments within the report which were questionable. There were no real defects reported anywhere virtually. Excellent sports facilities, the car park surface is beginning to crack. I'll take you out to any road in Falkirk.
Yes.
The surface is beginning to crack. Are we going to do anything about it? Budget-wise, probably not. So it's no real difference. I then come to the questions of, and you've already alluded to, this term life expired and life expectancy. Doesn't mean anything, does it?
Not really. It's a textbook reference. If we take the example of wall sockets and light switches having a 15-year life expectancy, which is quite frankly utter rubbish. If that was the case, every building would have to start replacing every socket and switch throughout, not only commercial but residential. So a lot of that is utter nonsense. It's a guideline really. That's all it is. It's a guideline. But of course, even if it was an accurate guideline, and they're not always accurate, a lot would depend really on the actual installation, on the standard of the original installation, on the standard of maintenance, servicing, its position within the building, whether it's in an exposed location where it's subject to weathering, if it's subject to solar gain, for example, if it's external. So there's so many different factors. And really, you know, it's very unwise to make a comment beyond economic life unless there's a large build-up of cost data to assess the expenditure, the running or the repair expenditure over a certain number of years. And therefore, at least you're validating perhaps the opinion that's been formed. There's a basis to that, and it's not simply a flippant comment.
Yeah, you gave the example of light switches. It was a perfect example. I was going to use it. Light switches beyond 15 years of life. Again, is that 15 years where it's been continually switched on and off, 100 times a day? Or is it one that goes on in the morning and doesn't go on or doesn't get switched off for however long? It's a bit of it's questionable. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's questionable.
Absolutely. So yeah. The life expectancies they are purely a very, very rough guideline, but they're subject to so much more detail and forensic examination before a judgment can be formed. Whereas I think this is more like not a condition report, certainly not a detailed condition report. It's almost a hybrid between an asset register, a life cycle costing exercise, but it's certainly not a detailed condition report. No, it isn't.
Yeah. Just to go on further to point that you made in connection with the corroded cabling. It was mentioned in the report that you reviewed, and yet you stated there was no evidence provided of any, or no example of corroded cabling. Is that correct?
I suspect the surveyors have probably misinterpreted the corrosion. It's probably on metal conduit. Because the fact of the matter is the EICR, the statutory report carried out in late 2020, didn't identify any corroded cabling. And that highlighted a lot of issues which were remedied and to make the building compliant with statutory requirements, but there was no reference to any corroded cabling. So I guess that's another example where the Curry and Brown report is lacking, because the statutory report, it's been produced by a huge organization. It's not a small little one-man band. It's a huge global organization, and the report is pretty comprehensive, very detailed, and competently prepared. Remedials have been carried out, and the associated documentation following that has been issued, that has been seen, and I've got no comments on that whatsoever.
So therefore, me as a councillor, would I be relying more on an electrical compliance certificate rather than something that tells me it's beyond 15 years of its life?
Well, absolutely. I mean, you might agree or disagree with what I'm saying, despite the fact that I've no vested interest and I've done an impartial and independent assessment. But the fact of the matter is, the statutory organisation, or the organisation who carried out the statutory report, that's the report that has to be relied on. And that obviously confirms there is no corroded cabling in place. And it doesn't have to be replaced, need to be replaced. And the installation is serviceable at the present time. And that report runs to the end of 2025, at which point an updated report will be carried out. And I would expect that will merely identify that the building, there may well be some repairs, as in the normal course of events, with any 5-year cycle EICR report, but I would expect that to confirm the building is still largely compliant, subject to the ongoing repairs being carried out.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Final question, probably you'll be glad to hear. It's the Dorothy, Mrs. Ostachini. You mentioned that Falkirk Council produced a document. I'm just looking to find out where this document actually is, where we've identified that Bowness will be a high growth area until 2034.
Yeah.
If you just allow me to finish, the reason for asking that is, I don't doubt it for a minute that you do have evidence of that document, and it will support your argument that this council is looking to maximise the availability of building land for housing, and we will be looking, because of the housing crisis, we will be looking to build more houses. So with that in mind, 2034, you would seriously think that we should be looking at investing into sporting facilities, would you not?
Absolutely, and then some. Given that that we've had reports here. Bowness Recreation Centre needs investment, and yes, we would like more facilities. Even give us back the soft play would be something. So it's a growing community. It's a developing community. Yes, that definitely needs the services.
Thanks very much for your indulgence, Providence.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. So given the contentiousness of this, I think there's another 4 councillors wish to speak, so we'll do that. So we'll go to Councillor Ritchie first.
Thanks, Provost. It's just with this being such an important issue, I would like to ask Dorothy. She was trying to talk about the Mariner Centre and also Active Fourth. Now, when I'm going to be speaking later, it is about Active Fourth, so I would like more information on both things that you wanted to speak about but wasn't allowed. I can understand why she wasn't, nobody had asked her, but now I'm going to ask her about those 2 provinces, if it's okay. Okay.
Mr. Ficini, do you want to be specific about Active Fourth and the other one?
Yeah, well, as you know, Active Fourth was developed some time ago, and Falkirk Council is quite rightly very proud of it, absolutely. And it's actually Active Fourth. It's an Active Fourth recuperation service. So I think you go on there for 12 weeks, but then obviously, if you would maybe continue on to things like go-kart, still accessing the services. The top 3 referrals for Bowness were back pain, depression, and post-operative oblique injury a recuperation. So it's an incredibly valued service. I think probably a few in your audience there are Active Fourth, and really. Again, it was mentioned again in your if you recall your December meeting with the report from the integrated joint board talking about the value of that type of recuperation service, which obviously you referred to from health professionals, GPs, other health professionals, and they also talked about the extreme value. And I don't think there's anyone here will argue against preventative care. And I know that all parties, SNP, Conservative, Labour have all been talking about the value of these kind of things. I know Active Fourth also use the swimming pool a lot, and I think that's another thing that should be considered when you're talking about these services. I know you'll actually be having a debate later on about the school pools, and hey, I have no argument there, but sometimes you've been a bit dismissive about the pool in Bowness. To the value of proactive and preventative care. I know that there's a future of this swimming facilities agreement. I think Marie Todd met with Scottish Swimming at the SNP conference in November, and they signed an agreement. The future of swimming facilities in Scotland. I just want to point out, because it's relevant for this and your thing that they talk about, the past decades, 25 metre in length is a standard pool. However, and I know, I think Councillor Gardner was a wee bit dismissive about our pool at the last meeting, but luckily Swimming Scotland aren't, because they said, however, there is also a need to ensure there are adequate deep water facilities for diving, artistic swimming and water polo. I know that's not necessarily active force, but it is a preventative healthcare. And again, the mitigation that was in the EPIA in the first print and has now magically disappeared in the 24 print, and I am extremely concerned about that, says that the facilities in the school will only be available after school. As I say, active force classes only run during the day. So effectively, again, as I say, I can't say it clearly enough. These services are being cut. And,
Okay, can we move on to the matter, and could you avoid saying magically disappeared, because that has its own implications?
Well, I'll be honest, can I say that I've checked the Public Service Equality Duty, I've checked the Equality Law, and the EPIA is a legal document.
We'll come on to that when we have the debate later on.
Okay, right.
If you could just go on to the Mariner Centre, as Councillor Ritchie asked for.
Oh yes, I was just filling you in, and obviously in a comparison with the type of facilities that they've got. Facilities again, 1920, helping towards like your active force. Some of the things that we've not been given. Shape Master, I believe, is to help people with health issues. For exercising, a Shape Master hub, fitness studio, state-of-the-art gym, all these other things, and of course other things, comprehensive, the type of investment, 15-16 comprehensive refurbishment of the wave machine. I believe that was round about the time when Hall Glen was shut and their money magically disappeared, but never mind.
There you've said magically again. So.
Sorry. Curiously disappeared. But I was really just trying to highlight that what the Bowness community know about the lack of investment in facilities and maintenance in comparison to the other two main centres, which they were compared with in the initiation of this 10-year plan, is proved by the council's documents. It's not hearsay, it's not false information, it is proved in the council documents. These are excerpts of the council documents.
We'll go back to Councillor Ritchie. Have you any more questions, Councillor Ritchie?
No, that's fine, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll go to Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost. My questions will be primarily directed to Mr. Fitzpatrick, and we have a couple of follow-up. First of all, I'm looking for some clarity. There's been a couple of statements that you've made that are a bit ambiguous about whether or not you have visited the property or inspected the property. So I want to have clarity on that. Have you or have you not inspected the property in full and to the extent that you would normally carry out in the performance of your role as a chartered surveyor?
Yes, I confirmed already. I inspected the property on Friday of last week. I inspected all accessible rooms, which consisted of the vast majority of the property at every level. That included the plant rooms, the roof, and all external areas. So yes, it is pretty much consistent with all areas I would normally inspect. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Sorry, I was having a bit of trouble with my microphone there. I suppose it answers it to an extent. What would be your normal process when commissioned to carry out a review of another professional body? And in this instance, as you've rightly said, it's an entity which is quite considerable and has a fair bit of credibility globally. What would be your normal process when commissioned to carry out a review of another professional body in this instance?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Again, with the noise in the background, I didn't quite hear you.
What would be your normal process for this type of work when you are commissioned to carry out a review of another professional body, which in this instance carries a significant amount of global credibility?
Well, the other body, they're always...
No, I'm looking for your specific normal process when carrying out this type of work, when commissioned to review the work of another professional body. I don't want to know about the other body. I want to know about your specific process.
My process, I would obviously examine the content of the report, examine the report produced, inspect the property, review the content relative to the condition of the property, look at issues highlighted in the report, look at the defects and disrepairs, and provide commentary in my reply, which is what I've done. Whether that is the Curry and Brown report or whether that is the report produced by Artelian Serviced on the electrical installation, or indeed any other report. Review of reports forms an everyday task which I carry out when dealing with existing buildings. I deal with this 5 days of the week, 52 weeks of the year, reviewing specialist reports, whether it be from surveyors or architects or designers or specialist contractors, whether they be gas safe accredited, NIC, EIC accredited, is part and parcel of an everyday task. Nothing unusual about it.
Okay. You alluded to your attentiveness when walking into this centre today, that you had, and I think this is a quote, noticed more defects walking into this centre than reading the report. Was that the case when you visited the Bonus Recreation Centre? And if so, what defects did you identify in that attentive professional role?
My remit was to inspect.
Again,
I'm not here to comment on the defects that might or might not be present at Bonus Recreation Centre.
Well,
my remit was to comment on the Curry and Brown report.
Yes.
Carry out an independent and impartial review of that report, which is what I've done. I'm not here to produce or to provide my own assessment of the Recreation Centre. I'm reporting on my review of the Curry and Brown report and other technical reports issued.
So you alluded to the fact that you had noticed several defects when coming in here. So you've given that comment, and I'm not expecting to answer a question similar to that of which you've alluded to. Okay, we'll move on. Could it be the case then, given that we've identified that you haven't inspected the property to the fullest extent, that the situation could potentially be worse than what's in the Curry and Brown report?
No, absolutely not. I've already replied to commentary on my assessment on the condition of the building as to its category, and it fell way short of the assessment within the Curry and Brown report.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Fitzpatrick. We'll now go to Councillor Number and we'll finish it. Councillor Kerr.
Okay, thanks very much, Provost. Thanks for your indulgence, and I know you're keen to move on, so I will be quick. It is a quick question. Maybe on a slightly different theme, but this council recently passed a paper at committee in relation to 20-minute neighbourhoods. Now, in the event of the Bonus Recreation Centre closing, how do you see this impacting on your 20-minute neighbourhood?
Well, considerably, and can I say it was certainly mentioned in the 23 print of the EPIA that transport was an issue in several of the categories, especially I think it was poverty for age, especially children and elderly people, and it was noted that public service transport was an issue, and obviously, I mean, even and I know it's been alluded to. You can go to Grangemouth. You can imagine that there's so many clubs and everything like that for the children. Fantastic clubs, gymnastics, taekwondo, judo, etc., swimming. The amateur swimming club there on a Thursday evening. Now these are all, and you understand yourself if a family is kind of fitted in between school, tea time, and everything, and bedtime. These children will have nothing. So that's the youngsters, and then you go on to the you know, perhaps the older generation. And I know I read out something in the December meeting about a lady who was particularly concerned because she uses Active Fourth all the time and relies on Active Fourth, but she's too elderly to drive at night. You know yourself with the bright headlights and things like that. So we've also, you know, at both ends of the age and also poverty. So the three, you know, sort of the age, poverty. Yes, I mean, it's been a vision for many government, and I really appreciate the 20-minute neighbourhood. It would be dreadful, and as we've highlighted again, but because we're an area of you know what the council estimate to be high growth, it's only going to get worse. It's only going to exacerbate the situation. But yes, it was recognised in the EPI as being a sincere concern, and it's a very sincere and severe concern for us.
Okay, thanks for your response. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Now, a final question, Councillor Kerr. Bailey Kerr, my apologies, Bailey.
Thanks, Provost. The first question was Fitzpatrick. Thanks very much for coming along. So, on the report that you did on the CB surveyors, and I don't know if you will be able to comment or not, how long all these windows and the external panel and that was being mentioned, and the length of time of the boiler. Will you, in your assessment, how long will these last before they need seem to?
Well, if we take the boilers, for example, in making a judgment or an assessment, if I was carrying out a condition report which included the boilers, I would be looking at how they operate, how they're set up, how they're configured. As I said, is there a dominant boiler and a subsidiary boiler? Do they work on like a master and slave? Have they got equal usage? Is one of them heavily used? Is the other lightly used? I would look at how they're configured initially. I would then obviously look at the current statutory compliance. I would try and look at a history of the previous statutory compliance. I'd be looking at the servicing records, the maintenance history, trying to building up a picture, understanding, previous cost expenditure, any issues. There will always be some maintenance expenditure, for example, on the burners, amongst other items. But taking all of that into account, getting an understanding of the mechanics, how it's operating, what condition it's in at the present time, that's a separate task, and every element would have that same task carried out. That's quite quite involved to carry out that exercise on all aspects of the building. But on the boilers, so once that task is carried out, you'd have a much better understanding on its condition, on its life expectancy. But really, the fact that it's of a certain age, beyond a lifespan published in a textbook, you can't simply state that it's life expired or beyond economic life. There's a lot involved in making that assessment and judgment, and it may well be, it may well be that the building only requires one boiler to operate, and if one is down, the other one kicks in. Or maybe they're split 50-50, depending on how they're configured. They may well have very limited life left, but I can't really comment on that without carrying out that task, that exercise in its own right for that specific installation. But clearly that's obviously not been carried out as part of the Curry and Brown report. They've simply, made a global comment on that and various other installations, right, which I guess maybe if they had limited time, a specific remit, whatever, I don't know, but that's what would be involved in that specific element, and that would apply to all other elements. So you might well come to the view it's got 5 years left, it's got 7 or 8 years left, it's got less than 5 years. That may well, be the outcome you arrive at. but to state now that it's beyond life expiry, it's a very skeptical comment to make.
Okay, my next question is, can there be professionally differing views among surveyors?
Yes, I mean, the industry, like many industries, yes, you know, a lot of opinions can be subjective. But I deal predominantly with commercial property and commercial property disputes and litigation, principally acting for landlords, building owners. And I'm dealing with installations like these every day of the week, where something is perhaps not in pristine condition, or is perhaps maybe been badly maintained. And you know, I'm obviously to express any view or judgment or demand on work to be carried out, I would have to substantiate that comment. I'd have to validate it by the processes I highlighted earlier. So that's what I would normally do. So the you know, my opinions are usually, they're based on fact, they're backed up, they're validated. But yes, in a generic sense, yes, so people can have various views and opinions, and they can be subjective, but I tend to stick to the facts. Rather than, because when I'm involved in litigation, as I am quite often, and I'm up against another surveyor, I'm asked that very question. Well, it's your opinion against his, and you agree to disagree. And I would say, well, I'm sorry, but it's not my opinion. My opinion is based on expert evidence, technical expertise from specialists in the field, expert reports. It's not my opinion against his. It's this independent opinion, which is not my opinion, and that is what I'm stating. I'm basing my view on the opinion of experts, where somebody else who has a vested interest would simply make, you know, a flippant comment, it's in repair. I mean, I've come across cases. I had a legal case last year down south where a tenant commissioned an independent expert report to state that £500,000 worth of plant and equipment was in good and substantial repairing condition. And I had to, you know, painstakingly go through it item by item by item, commission specialists, and effectively tear it apart at litigation, because there wasn't a shred of evidence or any substance to that report. And that report was produced by a consultancy, but obviously there were some commercial factors at play. But when you're dealing with litigation on a day-to-day basis, as I deal with, you've got to base it on fact and try and eliminate opinions and subjectiveness and base it a bit like the electrical report here. I'm not going to challenge the report because I know it's been competently prepared. It's very detailed by a reputable organisation. It's comprehensive. I've actually got nothing. I've got no adverse comments to make on it because it's so comprehensive. Likewise with the asbestos report commissioned in 2020, very comprehensive and diligent. I've got very little to state. I would only make one comment on that report, and it's a global comment where they state that any asbestos containing materials, ACMs as they're abbreviated to, should be monitored. And the only point I would have made there was they should be labelled and monitored in every location where practical. But they're very detailed, very competently, diligently prepared reports, unquestionably factual. We can't argue with them. So yes, you can have opinions and subjectiveness, but I tend to stick to the facts.
Okay, thank you very much for that comprehensive reply. In your opinion, the repair bill that's been quoted, £3-4 million. No, that's probably not right. That's different. On your opinion, how much would you anticipate it would cost for these repairs?
Well, The first point I would make is very few repairs have been identified within the Curry and Brown. So it really follows that the work associated with remedying those disrepairs would be quite limited, quite frankly, because there's so little, there's the fact that it's almost giving the building a clean bill of health, the fact that there are so few disrepairs and defects, there's very little to repair. But indeed, of course, there are repairs to be remedied, but I've obviously not been carried out an exercise in looking at all of the disrepairs which do exist. But in a generic sense, the expenditure stated in the report is enormous. That's obviously based on complete replacements of large elements of mechanical plant and equipment and the electrics, and recovering the roofs and cladding and various other works, much of which is absolutely not required for a long, long time. I'm not saying the plant and equipment will last forever. Of course it won't. They're aging installations, and of course there'll come a point where they'll become obsolete, but that point has not been reached yet. And it may not be reached for several years, quite frankly.
And I can't remember who mentioned it. This my last question, Provost. I can't remember who mentioned it before, but in the report for the surveyors, it mentions heavily on the condition of the outside of the pool, and that the water doesn't come up to the top of the pool, so they deliberately keep it down so it doesn't overflow. Just your opinion on the pool?
Well, the Curry and Brown technical report that I have received doesn't make any such comments. So I don't know if that's a different report than what I have received, the November 2023 report, because that's not referenced at all.
Okay.
So can I just say that as a regular user of the pool?
Yeah, sorry, you can't come in. Can I do that?
It isn't empty. No. It is full. No. Sorry.
You need to stop that.
Sorry.
Hey, thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr, for that. I'd like to thank Mr. Stewart, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and Mr. Ostachini for the deputation and the statements. I think it's been very helpful, and I hope the people of Bo'ness feel they've had a fair hearing. There's been a significant amount of questions asked, and Mr. Fitzpatrick in particular has certainly answered all the technical questions. So thanks very much for coming along. If you could take your seats, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
I'm happy to share any reference documents.
Thanks very much. So we'll now take a 5-minute comfort break before we go to Mr. Bennett to speak to the report. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll now go to Mr. Bennett to speak to the report. It's pages 242 to 281 on your agenda papers.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to begin by addressing some of the points that have been aired in the deputation. Firstly, it was suggested that the Bo'ness REC is the cash cow being used to fund the community asset transfers taking place across the Falkirk area. This is not true. The Strategic Property Review is a project bringing together more than 100 buildings to deliver combined savings for the whole council. If you took any of the major buildings out of it, then it would have a negative impact on the SPR enabling funds. So that's the Polmont Ski Centre, the Grangemouth Stadium, the Bonnie Bridge Community Centre, the Polmont Leisure Centre and the Denny Sports Centre and many others. It's the same scenario. Bo'ness is being treated the same as all wards. It was also claimed that officers wanted to sell the REC site for a capital receipt to put towards the costs of the Falkirk Town Hall. This is completely false. There is no officer proposal to sell that land. With regard to Mr. Fitzpatrick, what I heard was a submission that the council should run the building until it fails and then deal with the failure when that arises. And that we should be doing that when we have a report from an independent professional surveyor telling us that it's going to fail and that there's a risk that when it fails, it could cause injury. I'm sorry, but I am strongly against running facilities on a wait until it fails basis. That's how things go wrong. We should aspire to high quality, fit for purpose buildings that provide good services for the people of Falkirk. I also note Mr. Fitzpatrick was unwilling to provide his professional assurance on the condition of the building and the costs that would be incurred should anything go wrong. His main role was to cast doubt on the competency of a report we have from a world-leading provider of advisory services. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Kettrick in to give me some further information about that.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. In terms of the Curry and Brown report, the objective of it is, as outlined, it was to create a natural baseline of current and future issues where possible in respect of the condition of the property and identify the future investment needs the council would require to undertake and the indicative timescales for these. It is not and has never pertained to be a dilapidation survey that would pick up every single minor instance within the building. It fulfills the obligations it was set out to do in terms of future asset planning for the building. Its outcomes, though, and the issues that were raised identified serious concerns, hence why this report is here today. In respect of life expiry, the life expiry that has been based by Curry and Brown is based on the Chartered Institute of Building Services Engineers guidance. It is the standard setter and authority on building services engineering. It publishes guidance and codes which are internationally recognised as authoritative and sets the criteria for best practice in the profession. Now, whilst no one can be certain on the life expectancy of any element in any building to a high degree, it is generally recognised that buildings that are maintained and regularly looked after will achieve their life expectancy. I'll ask the question back to members potentially. Do we think that given the history of this property, we have fulfilled that over the past 40 years? We are basing our opinion in that we have been provided on those specialist experts who have provided that information. As noted in the report, there are key concerns around key elements that are due to their age beyond their normal life expectancy, and those life expectancies will be less if ongoing maintenance and investment, which we all recognise has potentially been deficient, has not been undertaken. So, to give you an example, there is mentioned there that a socket has a normal life of 15 years, or switchgear, which could normally be 20 years. We're at 40 odd years. Do we think they're still going to continue for a long time yet to come? The roof is at the end of its life in terms of repairs, and whilst there is no current roof leaks because we've maintained them, fixed them, there is clear evidence of substantial previous leaks within that building. The wall cladding, whilst it is in place, there is clearly corrosion, and that is evidenced in the photographs. That includes ragged edges. That is evidenced. Within the report, there is also pictures of external windows and doors. I'll leave you to interpret how you feel they are in terms of their condition. Neither Curry and Brown or Mr. Fitzpatrick can be certain on how long these elements, which are at or beyond their expired life, will last. The key issue is that both Curry and Brown and Mr. Fitzpatrick highlight that they are nearing or past their life in many instances, and it is recognised that we do not know how long they will have. But as a local authority, we are duty-bound to prepare and put in place our investment plans for the maintenance of our buildings to ensure service continuity. And I'll reiterate, and it's a point that Malcolm's just mentioned, Curry and Brown's opinion highlights multiple key elements that are life expired and therefore represent a risk of failure and risk of injury in their professional opinion. These are professional building surveyors of international repute advising the council with that view. They would not have taken that view lightly. We need to either recognise this or reject it and accept the potential implications if we reject it, which would include implementing risk mitigation measures and the substantial investment that has been identified in the report.
Turning to the report in front of you today, an independent condition survey has been undertaken on the Bowness Wreck, and this highlights that the building is considered to be category D bad, which is defined as life expired and or serious risk of imminent failure, risk of injury. Their report includes immediate recommendations for a number of life-expired items, including rewiring of the property, new electrical switchgear, distribution boards, new boilers, new heating and ventilation plant and equipment, and remedial action to address the leaking pool tank structure. Now that we have this information as a council, we need to take action. It's estimated that the cost of this work would be around 2.1 million. But the level of asbestos in the building and the complexity that that causes means the costs are likely to rise above £4 million. The council does not have that money in the current capital plan to undertake those works. Even if it did, officers would advise against investment on that scale, given it would represent a poor value for money. The property is beyond its useful life and unfit for modern leisure provision, and residents would see no benefit whatsoever from that investment, as it would be spent on things they wouldn't see or use. As a result, the recommendation is to close the property as soon as possible. We recognise the loss of service provision this will have on the Bowness area. That's why we're recommending that money is allocated to future investment in school facilities that are accessible to the public. We believe such investment could go to Bowness Academy and that this would add value to the local community for years to come. Officers are happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Berry. Councillor John. Councillor Garner, you got a motion? Aye.
Thank you, Provost. And thank you, officers, for providing us with the information before us today to allow us to make a decision. I fully understand the amount of time and effort by the team, especially Mr. Benny and Mr. Kettrick, for their engagement with all elected members. This is indeed a sad situation we find ourselves in, and make no mistake, it has been coming for many, many years. The truth is that for well over 20 years, Falkirk has some of the lowest council tax rates in Scotland. While that seemed good for our residents at the time, it meant that the council did not have the income of neighbouring local authorities to invest in its buildings and facilities. These were the decisions of elected members at that time. It may have been possible then to make do and mend in the short term. The reality is, after years and years, this lack of investment brings us to where we are now. I have heard people suggest that the Bowness Rec has been targeted by a lack of investment. As admitted, there has been a lack of investment, but there is no targeting against Bowness. It is an approach that has impacted all of Falkirk. You only need to see the same situation at the Bonnybridge Community Centre, the Grangemouth Stadium, or Camelot Education Centre, or even municipal chambers in Grangemouth, to see that this is a Falkirk Council problem, not a Bowness problem. There just hasn't been enough money to look after our buildings. It has also been suggested that significant money has been spent to maintain the Marner and Grangemouth Sports Complex, but not the Rec. The reality is that 5.26 of the report, you can see that officers don't think the Marner or Grangemouth facilities can last much longer either. They too have suffered from underinvestment over the years. I believe we need to stop debating about whether to spend money in facilities that are no longer fit for purpose, they are past their life expectancy, and it's just a sad fact. Instead, we should channel our energy more positively into considering what modern facilities our communities need and how we invest in delivering on those. That is why, regretfully, I support this report's recommendation to look at how we improve sport and leisure facilities at schools in Falkirk area and how we maximise the access for the community to use those facilities. So I want officers to come back as soon as possible with that information so we can start making things better for all residents of Falkirk Council. Obviously, I have an amendment. We agree to recommendations 1 to 5, but add in after 4 and renumber the following. Request that the Director of Police Services brings back a report on details of how the proposed £3 million investment could be used to improve community access to sports and leisure facilities in schools as soon as possible and no later than the end of June 2024. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. You have a seconder for your amendment?
I second and reserve the right.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, thanks very much, everybody. I have a couple of minutes to read that, but I'll now go to Councillor Hannah. Do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Provost. We do have an amendment, but I would defer to Councillor Aitchison as the local member for Bonneth to propose the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. The amendment asks that Bonness Recreation Centre will remain open, and works to bring the facility to a suitable standard will be done over a phased period of 3 years and will be funded using service concessions. And then secondly, we agree that the detailed proposal to allocate service concessions, including the phasing of works, will be brought to Council as part of the budget process. This is, in my opinion, what service concessions should be used for and when they are needed. Let's remember the willful demise of Bonness Recreation Centre has been negligence on the part of Falkirk Council for many years from parties of all colours, but the proposed closure has been expedited by this SNP administration due to SNP Scottish Government continual underfunding and strangulation of local authority funding. We have a report here today that is written so biased to serve the needs of this administration and officers that people would wonder why such a facility is still open. But we have just heard from a respected chartered surveyor who has had the same access to BRC as
Provost, sorry, but there's an accusation that officers have been biased in favour of the administration within the written report.
Good point.
I'll take that back then.
And comments of that is exactly right. I'm no better, Councillor.
I'll take that back.
I don't need to keep on being so aggressive and questioning people, because they've done that to the people who were actually here to talk about it. They've done the same here again. I think we need to be fair and respectful of other people speaking.
Exactly. Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Here, here.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, who is a chartered surveyor who has had the same access to Bonness Recreation Centre as those who wrote the conditions survey, and his conclusions of the report, and also interestingly that the facility has life left in it, and upgrades which could be done gradually are indeed possible to maintain a much needed facility to the people of Bonness and Blackness for many years to come. Now, I heard Mr. Fitzpatrick, and I know some people are saying the sound system in here is not great, but I did not hear for 1 minute saying that the life was done within Bonness Recreation Centre. Some people may also say that with the repercussions heavily outlined, should councillors not to make certain choices, there is a hint of emotional blackmail to the report. Bonness Academy, although being able to house some facilities, would offer severely restricted access due to school usage and times offered to the public, would be completely inadequate to the people who wish to use it, mostly the elderly who wish to use it during the day. And if I come back to a point Councillor Nimmo brought earlier on about the 20 minutes neighbourhood, this morning I left my house at 10 to 9 to go and get a bus, which thankfully turned up, which it doesn't normally do. Came up here, and a 15-minute walk up the road, I got here at 9:30. So that's 40 minutes straight away. Now we're hearing that potentially Grangemouth would be closing, and there will be one area, if not, I don't know, there might be none facilities. So where are people to go for that? It's going to be a hell of a lot longer than a 20-minute neighbourhood. I will say no blame for this should be apportioned to anyone from Bonness Academy. I think they've been getting a rough time from some areas in the community. Bonness Academy should not be getting targeted. They were invited to the table very last minute, and what we see in the report was already decided for them. Yes, Bonness Academy will be able to facilitate some activities, but not to the amount that Bonness Recreation Centre can, and I don't think it would be to the quality that they can. Finally, I will close, Provost, with a quote from a community group with regards to a comment in the report where it states the risk is that residents will feel treated unfairly by the council by the shutting off Bonness Recreation Centre. Well, the community feels you don't have to worry about the risk. That feeling is already there. As a community, we have already, this is still the same quote, As a community, we already have zero faith in our council to listen or support us. For me, as an elected member for Bowness, these are very concerning words and should also be concerning to the administration and indeed to the Chief Executive. Finally, vote for the amendment and keep Bowness Recreation Centre open. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Richardson. Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Ritchie. You're on mute, Councillor Ritchie.
I thought I took it off, sorry. Right.
Carry on.
Well, I'll just start. Right, okay then, thank you. Right, Provost, happy to second the amendment put forward to save the Bowness Recreation Centre. Firstly, I would like to thank Dot and Robert for coming along today to again give us information needed to help stop the proposed closure. Also, a big thanks goes to Frank, who agreed to come along and give the information regarding the work that needs carried out at the Bowness Recreation Centre. Since receiving the report from Mr Kirktrick, thanks to Paul for sending on to me and allowing Frank to go into the Recreation Centre to give us his thoughts on this issue. The Recreation Centre is a vital part of Ward 1. It is greatly used by residents from within and also outside of Bowness. One of the reasons for this is because of the swimming pool, the best pool within the Falkirk Council area. I have heard on countless occasions by officers and other councillors that the facility isn't well used. Well, maybe they should come down during the day and at night to have a look at that car park and to go into the centre to see. I agree it needs upgraded and repairs carried out. It has been starved of funds for many years, we all know that, but we're not asking for the work to be carried out right away. What we are asking for is the work to be done in stages over the next few years. It has been said in the EPIA that Police Scotland and Fire Scotland have no issues with this proposed closure of the BRC. At the recent public meeting held in the Bowness Town Hall, we had a representative from Fire Scotland who spoke in front of a full audience telling of his concerns about the closure of antisocial behaviour, and I can assure you he was against this closure. At a recent Bowness Community Council meeting, the local community police officer spoke against the closure and their worries that, again, antisocial behaviour would get higher within Bowness as the youth wouldn't have anywhere to go. I have also spoken to a police representative who has grave concerns about the closure as well. Active Force has a busy schedule at the BRC and is a great asset to the NHS, with many people having been referred by their doctors, etc., to attend classes done at the centre. Where will these residents go? Many are elderly, don't drive. We can't ask them to go to Grangemouth or the Mariner, as the bus service to and from Bowness, well, we all will agree it's no great. Usually the buses don't turn up. They need Active for further rehabilitation. Another big concern. Can you ask what will happen to them? I have had residents contact me to ask, now this is their words, not mine, if their beloved and extremely well-used BRC in my town is being sacrificed to fund other buildings within the SPR being taken forward. They have read the report, that's where they seem to be getting all this for, but I've got to agree with them. If they don't have the money, then they won't have the money to make other facilities safe and watertight for the transfer. How do you think that makes residents and myself feel? It's okay for us to lose our vital facility, so other wards within the Falkirk Council area can keep theirs. One of the other agenda items to this is a review of school swimming pools from the previous position of proposing the imminent closure of 4 community school swimming pools, which I was against and still am. The administration appears to have miraculously found sufficient funds to do a U-turn and support retention of the pools under threat. Will they do a U-turn today on the recreation centre and find the money needed to upgrade the centre? I certainly hope so. People in Bowness and Blackness are very upset at the proposed closure. They feel very let down by the council, the administration and others that are going to be supporting this. The backlash will be loud, vocal and active. There has to be alternatives, and I am now not talking about the high school. Residents don't want an inadequate swimming pool, and that's what it is. It's inadequate. It's too small, which is a third of the size of the one of the centre. For a town the size of Bowness, which has ever grown due to the house building and also the high school,
will only be open at night for a couple of hours and at the weekends. Where's all the activities going to go? The proposed closure will affect many clubs that use the centre. Where will they go? I know the Bowness Rugby Club, who is heavily involved with both the primary schools and high school, will have nowhere to go. They need the toilets, to changing facilities in the centre for them to have their games at the weekends. They need the centre there for doing their training during the week. The badminton club, the Muay Thai clubs, the aqua clubs, etc. Where are they all going to go? Because they all can't fit into the academy. There are many more clubs this will harm. There is only a few I have highlighted. Please tell me, what does the council propose to do to help them? Please make the right decision today and support the amendment. Please save Bowness Recreation Centre for the elderly, the young and the future generations in Bowness. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Kerr, Bailey Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
We have a potential amendment. I'll hand over to Councillor McCabe to further deliberate.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
I don't want to deliver the amendment just at a moment, a potential amendment. Could I seek a 5-minute recess just to we have discussion? We've only just come across.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Everybody saw a chance to read. Everybody saw a chance to read the motion or amendment. So I'll now go to Councillor Aitchison.
Thanks, Provost. Firstly, I would just like to say if I have used any language which offended anybody, I apologise. But going on to my amendment, I would just like to have point 1 read delete all recommendations and renumber points 2 and points 3 as is. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Ritchie, do you agree with that?
I'll agree with that, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thanks very much. Councillor McCabe, are you still coming forward with an amendment?
No, Provost. Thanks very much for allowing that short recess there. Following discussions with the Labour group, happy to advise we won't be putting forward a further amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now open up for debate.
Provost.
Councillor McAvoy.
I've got a number of questions I would quite like to ask to Ms Templeman and or other officers who are present who may be appropriate to answer. Just in your opinion as a Section 75 officer who has the responsibility to provide both officers and members advice and guidance on good financial governance, would you say that the amendment is prudent use of service concessions?
Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. If we go back and look at the report when we agreed service concessions, we talked about them being used carefully to support the council to achieve a position of financial sustainability. And so the aim of the council is to get to a balanced financial position, and we wanted to be in a position where we'd have service concessions left over at the end that we could decide how to invest them. So from my perspective, from a financial perspective, I would have concerns about the proposal. The reason being that one of the principles we talked about when we approved service concessions last February was that the investment, they should only be used for investment once it was clear that the council was in a financially sustainable position. And we are not in that position yet, and we may not be in that position for some time. I think in this case particularly, it's further complicated because it's arguable that retaining the Bowness Recreation Centre will move the council further away from financial sustainability. And the reason I say that is because we have an annual £1 million cost to the council, and there's no suggestion that this work will help the facility to become cost neutral or profitable. So that £1 million cost will continue. We've also heard that retaining Bowness could impact on the savings expected from the wider SPR. So we are proposing to use service concessions with no reassurance that the council's financial position will improve, and actually we're potentially using service concessions in a way in the council's financial outlook. So from a Section 95 officer perspective, and we still have significant budget gaps to bridge, but also not taking a decision that would help us to get to a more financially sustainable position could potentially be commented on in a council report from our external auditors.
Thank you. Councillor Mickeljohn.
Thank you. The implications of the wider SPR, and I don't know whether Mr. Binney or Mr. Kirkland might be better placed to comment on that, and the ability without a decision to be able to then go and draw up plans about community access to the academy and other areas without a decision today that closes the Bowness Rec. How would that be impacted?
Thank you, Provost. If a decision is taken today to retain the Bowness Rec, then that has an immediate impact on the savings that can be materialised out of the strategic property review. So we wouldn't have funding to put into sport and leisure opportunities around the Falkirk area. Obviously, officers could progress with scoping up potential future activity across the Falkirk site, Falkirk area, but we would have no funding to make that a reality. So you might question the value of officers doing that.
Okay, thank you. And that these questions are helpful. I just wanted to go on and just make my contribution in the debate. Firstly, I think other than service concessions, there is no capital funding. There would need to be a bid into the capital programme, and that would be about priorities that members would have to take at that particular time. But considering that our capital is very restricted, and again, in taking and not taking a decision to close the Bowness Rec, our ability to borrow will also be restricted. It puts a very difficult spin on things, and I think that's something that people need to actually give consideration to. I then refer to Dot Ostachini's comments about myself being on the trust, and that's absolutely right. She highlighted that my time in the community trust, there was a highlighting of the ageing building and the concerns in relation to that, and the need for the level of investment was raised probably about a decade ago. And at that time, Falkirk Community Trust did bring forward a report where they advised there was a backlog of building maintenance in the buildings they operated on behalf of Falkirk Council, and it was over 10 million at that time. The council chose other priorities. However, in 2019, the need for capital investment was recognised, and seeking to be proactive, my administration at that time brought forward proposals to begin to address the lack of investment in sports and leisure, which included Bowness. Unfortunately, that was rejected. So that there was a recognition of the need to invest at that time. What we do have today is a report from professional officers who have skills and experience that we as members do not, and who also have a responsibility to provide members with information and guidance to enable them to take informed decisions that are in the best interest of the council as a whole. If we're to ignore the advice and guidance, particularly when there are huge risks involved, then members have to be prepared to take that responsibility for those risks and not put that back on the officers. Keeping a building beyond its lifetime with such a huge need for investment is not best value and goes against the strategy that was agreed for this strategic property review. Knowing that there would be a requirement for up to 4 million to be spent, possibly more in fact, to do essential works, and will not bring any improvements or modernisation, and will still need to close at some point in the not too distant future, makes the review in 3 years absolutely no sense whatsoever, because it would need to close for a period of time to allow works to actually take place. And we know, particularly for asbestos removal, and I hear some of the comments from the surveyor, but we're dealing with members of the public here, and we have to be extra cautious and not put them at risk. The surveyor's report has not been commissioned by the council, but we do have one that is commissioned by the council, and that states that the works are needed to be done within the next 18 months. If that's ignored, then I'm not prepared to take the risk. As a member of the public or a member of the staff might get hurt or injured, and I'm also not prepared to take the risk, as happened with the town hall, that there's a catastrophic utility failure. And I think that's something that we all need to take on board, knowing that that happened, and the implications of that. I would also just like to say that it's not about Bowness. If this situation presented itself on a building in any other part of the council area, and the same advice being given from our professional officers, I would be supporting the closure of that facility and focusing on where investment can be provided to augment existing sport and leisure facilities. It will have a wide-ranging impact on the financial sustainability of the council, and will place further financial pressures on council services and potentially impact on jobs. As it will not deliver the savings, the impact will be felt across the council and prevent those who are currently working towards a cap transfer from accessing funding that would make their particular project and their particular building sustainable. In order to generate the funding for the investment, and that includes in Bowness, we need to close Bowness Recreation Centre. That would enable officers to go and do the work that is required, and actually not march people up to the top of the hill and not be able to deliver. The decision today would enable officers to go away and begin that detailed design and discussions on what is possible for daytime access to the facilities at the academy that's required. And I think to say at this stage that there will just be no daytime access is not correct. We need to be able to have the opportunity to explore that and the potential. It works successfully in other council areas. And if you support this amendment, you're choosing to play politics, and you're a disservice to the whole of the Falkirk Council District by not taking decisions in the best interest of the council area. And therefore, I'll be supporting the administration's amendment. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond.
Oh, thanks. Just a few questions for officers. On page 245, it's detailing the savings at the top of the page. Most of that savings are employee savings. So would closure today result in any compulsory redundancies, or is there a guarantee against compulsory redundancies?
Mr. Berry?
Thank you. Could you just point me to the point in the report?
245
and not
point 3.
Well, the two projects are separate. So the SPR saving is a property saving. There is an ongoing project to generate savings from a review of sport and leisure. The employees who work at the Bowness Rec would be, if the decision was taken to close the centre, then we would consult and engage with those employees to see what they wanted to do, whether there was opportunities elsewhere within the council, redeployment, voluntary severance. It's my experience, I've done quite a number of transitions like this, that you can actually get through exercises like this and make sure that everyone actually is retained within the council, or people take voluntary severance and they're happy to do so, if you like.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for that. The next question was the enabling funds. We're proposing to move them from community asset enabling to provide £3 million to provide community access to buildings. Obviously, we've had a few notes of interest coming forward from community centres in Bonnybridge and other places. what would and I've been told that there's already 3 million of the 6 million is allocated to existing asset transfers. So would that mean there'd be no money left for centres like Bonnybridge and Green Park, etc.?
So I'll let Paul come in a second, but as we said in the briefings, based on the interest that's come forward, we believe that £3 million is what we need to satisfy that demand for the community asset transfers. There may well be further demand in the coming years, or there may be further costs, but as a council, we can look at that at that time. Ultimately, as I also said at the briefing, it's for elected members to decide. If you don't want to allocate that money to sport and leisure for investment, that's entirely fine. My personal view would be, let's get on with the asset transfer interest that we've got with the money that is available, and let's get on with improving our sport and leisure estate, and then see where we are in a year or two, and we can reevaluate if we need more funds for different things.
Right. So it could have an effect on asset transfers coming forward. There's less money in the pot now.
I think that would be a negative way of looking at it, actually. What I'm saying is, based on the interest that we've had from the community asset transfers to date, that we estimate that £3 million will satisfy that demand. So I don't think it's right to say it will have a negative impact on community asset transfers moving forward. If more demand than what we have at the moment comes forward, then we may not have the funds to satisfy that, but we would come back to council and seek to see what we could do about that. But I don't agree that it would have a negative impact.
Well, just given my point of view, I think if you're taking the pot for £6 million down to £3 million, there's less money there for the asset transfers, but I think that's quite obvious, but we'll move on. It was a question around the service concessions, maybe more for Amanda. How did we get these service concessions again? It came from our schools, didn't it?
Yes, so the service concessions relate to the PFI and MPDO contracts, and it relates to a change in the regulations which allow us to account for the payments for those schools, the capital element of the payments for those schools, over the life of the school building rather than over the life of the contract. So we've accounted for our payments today over the life of the contract, which is 25 years roughly. And what this change in regulation was allowing us to do was to account for that over 40 years instead of 25 years. Now, as we talked about when the report came to last February Council, that wasn't a change in the actual contract payment. We still make the same contract payment as we always have. But what that allowed us to do under the regulations was to calculate how much we effectively overpaid because we'd paid it quicker. And then that gives a pot of money that we could use, and we have to borrow to use that money. So there's a cost to using it. But it gives us a pot of money, which again is sort of a reserve. It's one-off funding. And it gives us that opportunity to invest with it.
Yeah, so it came from our schools, and obviously with the Class of 98 schools, which were first, and we'd paid more in them, so what would have came from the Class of 98 and the NDPO. So Bowness School is actually put a sizable chunk towards our service concessions. Would you think that's a fair comment to make, that a lot of the service concessions came from the Bowness area?
I think we get into really tricky territory if we start thinking about allocating budget in that way, because if, for example, you would end up in a position where the wealthiest areas, so for example, they will have more council tax, so would you argue that you keep that in the wealthiest areas? Well, we don't, because the whole system of government and taxation is that we get the money into the centre and we redistribute it based on need. So I think we set a budget for the council as a whole, and I just think we have to sort of be careful about trying to pull that apart too much, because we can end up with areas that really are affected.
I'll just move on to my short statement. We've heard from one thing I think both the experts, whether it's Curry and Brown or Mr Fitzpatrick, seem to agree is that the building has been underinvested and it does need investment. We've got an option on the table today which will put investment into Bowness Recreation Centre. We believe that if the centre's brought up to a better standard, we can, like we've done with the pools, increase usage, increase income. We really think the people of Bowness deserve a recreation centre. It's one of the biggest towns in Falkirk. So I would just urge everyone, help Bowness and back this Labour amendment. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Any other? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you. This is probably going to yourself, Paul. Taking the cost at £4.5 million. There's currently a subsidy on the rec at the moment, £1 million a year. To do £4.5 million worth of work, I would suspect you're going to have to close a good bit, if not all, of the rec to do £4.5 million, especially when you've got as much asbestos in it. Because 40 years ago, the primary insulator and fire protection in buildings was asbestos. We're going to lose revenue because people won't actually be able to go and use it, so your costs actually grow from that. Because you won't be able to get people through the door because you're going to have to do all this building work. So that wouldn't come out of your service concessions, that would come straight out of our revenue budget, I would guess. And that's sort of going to touch on to Amanda, because we would lose that revenue for people going in. And I know they're saying it's an 18-month, but 40 years I've been working on renovation projects, and seemingly every time you open something up, there's something else there that you find in most that type of project will last more than 18 months. So even if you took it as 2 years, 2 years subsidy, £2 million, repair cost £4.5 million, plus lost revenue over that 2-year period as well. Then you've got to say is, how long in a 40-year-old building, how long are we going to get for that potential investment, which could be, as a rough figure, 8 to 9 million. How much are we going to get in that? And what could we build onto the school? Probably for an awful lot more money in the last 40 years, or 35, 40 years. Sorry, I know there's a lot in that, to apologise. But
I'll answer the first bit. In terms of the 18 months, we based that on very much a close it, get the works done. If we're looking at a phased approach, that could be longer, clearly. As Mr Fitzpatrick agreed, we have a comprehensive asbestos survey that says the building has extensive asbestos, and whilst it's encapsulated and safe, once we actually go to do works on it, that is going to have to be taken out, and that's going to have to be taken out before we get into then do the rest of the works. Whilst that could attempted to be done in phases with closing off certain areas, there is certain areas of this building that are going to need works done to it. That's going to mean that the building's going to have to be shut, the heating, the switch gears, types like that. And we've got a huge task ahead to even develop a programme to deliver that. We could be another 6 months down the road before we could even get that programme in place with the risk assessments and method statements, try and engage with the market to identify how much that could likely cost, and to appoint that the specialists to help us in doing that. And all the time we could potentially be losing revenues when we come to do those works. I couldn't comment on the revenues that would be lost. I would need to have a look at the report. But in terms of the construction works, you're absolutely right. We could lose certainly large parts of the building for prolonged periods of time, and there would be periods of time when the whole building would have to be closed. And they could be considerable depending on what we encounter. And the cost, as you quite rightly highlight, can only go in one direction potentially.
So £4.5 million is just a start.
It would be a start, yeah. I mean, as we've highlighted even in the Curry and Brown report, you've got professional fees, you've got inflationary pressures all by the time we get there. And then we also have the issue in terms of meeting building control requirements. At the moment we're talking like for like and replacement. When we then actually do a refurbishment and renovation, we may have to actually raise things to a higher standard to meet current regulations. We will definitely need to meet current regulations.
Okay, thank you. Can I just say at the outset, I said that officers and members should be heard without interruption, and can I just say that applies to everybody sitting at the back here as well. they shouldn't be making comment when an officer or a member speaking. Thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Flynn. Councillor Hannah.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you for that reminder about your warnings about us all being polite, and thank you to the last couple of speakers for having brought the tone into a better level in terms of the questions. I recognise that feelings are strong about this issue, and but I have been really concerned about some of the comments which have seemed to be almost rude and offensive, and want to put on the record the fact that the officers who have provided this report, I have every faith in their opinions. I may not always agree with the recommendations that they are putting forward, but I have been very impressed by the work that has gone into this report and the next one, and I think it's important that that is on record. And I know that Paul has burned the candle at both ends to ensure that all councillors have been given adequate opportunities to ask questions and find out more. I have one very straightforward question, which is that the report refers to a leak in the pool, a crack in the pool, but the condition survey does not, as far as I can see, but correct me by all means if I'm wrong. Can you clarify that?
Mr. Keswick?
Away from the picture.
You put your
Sorry, Provost. To yourself, Provost, you'll be aware of the pictures in the report highlight cracking that was in the pool, and it was evident there. I'll need to have a check at the Curry and Brown report, and I'm just opening it up now. There is mention it's under internal walls and doors. We did identify some cracking in the structure of the walls to the corridors surrounding the pool. We recommend that a chartered structural engineer be commissioned to investigate further, and we have made the allowance. I think it's in terms of the condition report, it's on page 10, and we made an allowance for that, and a provisional sum for any repairs might be sound. We have instructed specialist structural engineers who will have to go out and have a look at that. We know from previous work that was done in terms of the trust, from speaking to colleagues, that they had looked at this before, and the recommendation of the engineers was because of the confined spaces to work underneath the pool, the pool, that the recommendation was to actually drain the pool and come in from the upper side. We know that there is considerable risks in doing that, particularly with old pools. And therefore, we do have to have a look at this, but there is a risk associated if we do have to drain the pool, because the old pumps, the weightings and things like that do mean that pumps can tend to fail. But you also have the issue of the pressure on the tiles. Once you take the water out of the pool, you tend to find that, particularly the older ones, the tiles can pop off. So we need to be prepared that could be an additional cost. But ultimately, neither Curry and Brown nor Frank Fitzpatrick nor myself can say to you today the crack is just a simple crack, it's a hairline crack, or it's something more serious. But I can't say either way, and I wouldn't want to sensationalise it one way, and I wouldn't want to play it down the other. We need the structural engineers to have a look at it. In terms of the overflowing issue that you'll be aware of from the briefings, colleagues have advised that because of the nature of the pool with the lapping over that normally goes into the peripheral filters, when that water is that level, you then get a lot more water coming over the tank and into the tank, and it seeps through. Hence why you do get staining and presence of water. Certainly on one occasion I've been there, there's been considerable water on the ground. At the moment, the pool has been lowered slightly to just be below that, because there is filters in the bottom of the pool which can cope with the current swim load.
If the swim load was increased, then clearly that would maybe be deficient. But at the moment, that actually works, and that's the situation that's been there for a long, long time, for a number of years, and that they've kept the water just slightly below that level. But clearly, when you go into that corridor, and I know a number of members have been in there, you will see the staining from the water that has been on that wall. That's chlorinated-based water, mixing with concrete, mixing with steel reinforcement. It's no a nice mix, but again, don't want to sensationalise it. We need the structural engineer's report on that, but it is concerning.
Thank you. I mean, I agree that it's important not to over-sensationalise. And in relation to the asbestos report, as far as I can see, most of the areas where asbestos has been shown are shown as very low risk, low risk. There's only one incidence I can see where it says there's a high risk.
Obviously, through yourself, yeah, because it's encapsulated and it's in the walls, it is low risk. Its risk assessment is on based on likely exposure or disturbance, so therefore it's fine. Once we come to do works, though, that risk increases considerably because we would be exposing it and releasing the fibres, and therefore it has to be dealt with there, which basically means sealed, controlled environments, because we're not allowed to simply just open it up and then go around with the hoover. It's actually got to be sealed, controlled environments to actually deal with that. That's one of the big complexities in terms of trying to refurbish a building of this nature.
But until it's disturbed, it's
It's absolutely fine. I mean, as has been highlighted in the report, there is no compliance issues identified in the building at the moment. Things operate as they are, but ultimately everything is life expired. Once they do go and we need to then start undertaking those repairs and those maintenance works, that's when we then come into the situation where we could be disturbing asbestos, and then that prolongs the period and increases the cost of the works.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Provost. I have 2 or 3 questions, first of all, and then a few points I'd like to make, if I may, please. My first question is really related to the AstroTurf pitches, which were mentioned in very good condition, obviously the rugby ground. If the rec was to close, would these pitches still remain open? And also a secondary point to that one question, if new changing room was built at the school, would that be suffice to service the requirements of the people using these pitches? That's my first set of questions.
Okay, Mr. Gifford.
Provost, I can answer those. There is no intention to remove the synthetic pitches. They would be left in situ. There's no value in taking them. They can still continue to be used with the community and booked through either the council's pitch booking system or indeed through the school. In terms of if there was to be works to Bowness Academy to create changing facilities, whether it's additional or reconfiguration of the existing ones, the works will always be with intention is to support community access. That would be the intention of the investment.
Okay, no, thank you for that. My second question is, I'm very much supportive of Active Fourth, which benefits the NHS. But my question is, how much does the NHS pay for the service that we provide in any of our venues?
Would you like to take that one? Did you hear that, Councillor Flynn? The customers pay for the service, not the NHS.
Sorry, yeah, they pay for the use of the facilities, but what fees do we charge for the NHS for referrals? Because when people get referred via, I didn't hear the answer actually, the microphone didn't come through, but what fee does the NHS pay for referrals? Because, you know, if you get referred by a GP to somewhere, there's always a fee. I just wondered. In other words, we're giving a free service, aren't we, to the NHS? Whether the customers pay for the use of facilities is a different thing.
Okay, Mr. Gifford.
Provost, my understanding is there is no referral fee. It is purely just down to the customer paying for the use of the facilities.
Okay, right. Thank you for that. My third and second last question is, I know the pool at the Grangemouth Swimming Club because my daughters went to Grangemouth Swimming Club for many, many years, and I and my wife went 5, 6, 7 days a week at 5:30 in the morning and to various galas. Which other 25-metre pools, apart from Grangemouth, are in the area? Obviously, the Rec has one, but where else is there? One in Lithgow or where else?
Mr. Gifford.
Larbert High School would be the other one.
Yep. And is there one in Linlithgow? Do you know at all, Malcolm?
Yes, there is one in Linlithgow.
Okay, so there are other opportunities. Sorry.
Next question.
Yep. Final question, and if I may make a couple of points. I'm pretty concerned myself, and Malcolm, Mr. Benny raised it at one of the briefings, and it was raised again by Councillor Meiklejohn about the liability if we go ahead with the rec staying open and the risk not being accepted by whoever. Legally, where does that put councillors? Perhaps Mr. Moody can answer that, because it's quite a serious consideration, you know, taking on board the risk. And if something happens, and if someone and the officer says, well, we are not prepared to accept the risk, so what does that mean legally?
Okay, right, Mr. Moody for an answer.
I think the first point is that where there's a compliance issue, we require to comply. So if there were issues in relation to, for instance, electrical wiring that were disclosed, or anything that came from the structural report that Mr. Kettrick is referring to, whatever the situation is, we would either have to do the work or again reconsider the issue of can the building stay open. On the issue of liability, it wouldn't be a liability for individual councillors. Liability lies with the organisation as a corporate body, and that's where the liability would lie, and also the responsibility, though, for ensuring the compliance. And I return again to this point, that whatever the decision is, if the decision is made to keep the building open, there may still be significant works emerge which our compliance obligations will require us to fulfil. We have our duties under health safety legislation and broader common law occupiers' liability duties to make sure that we're keeping the premises safe if we're allowing members of the public and employees, importantly, to be within those premises.
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Moody. And then if I can make just a few points, actually, I was on the Community Trust Board for quite a number of years, and one of the things that came across was, first of all, apart from the trading company, there were none of the facilities that the trust was responsible for that made a profit. None whatsoever. So the result was that although they had income and they got the grant from the council, there was a challenge to invest in the various properties to do the repairs. Now, it was mentioned that some people thought there wasn't a lot of money invested in the Bowness Recreation Centre. Now, I've got a report in front of me here where it says that, just a few comments there, during Q4, a leak was discovered in the studio ceiling, and this resulted on regular classes and health and fitness classes being closed for till that was repaired. During Q4, the swimming pool was closed, and also the 2 new pumps were installed. And then one comment which is quite important, overall this year has been quite challenging from a maintenance perspective, but despite significant expenditure being committed to keeping the centre open, it did have a customer impact. Now, the customer impact in those years, if you look at one of the quarter, the highest quarter on 18-19 was 36 visits, and that's visits, not customers, visits in one quarter. The same quarter the following year, it dropped to 26,000, just over 26,000. So my point basically is there's been a decline in attendances. Now, that's no great surprise. Part of it is perhaps a lack of marketing. But the other part, which I recognise across the whole of Falkirk, is there are other attractions for people, particularly the younger element. There's other things they can go to, different classes in different places there. So really, in a sense, none of the venues made any money, and it's very difficult, even looking forward, if you invest the money in Bowness or any other centre, to ever come into profit, even to wipe its face, as the phrase goes, you know. And then my final comment really is, I just find it sad that, and I can understand the emotion and how emotive people get, but I feel it's sad that people are targeting other areas like Graysmith Sports Centre. Well, they get this and they get that. The Marner Sports Centre. they get it. But there's still other issues with these centres. Go into the Mariner Centre and look at the showers. They're badly needing done. There is obviously a soft play area, which I can tell you what it costs, over £1 million. I remember the cost going up and up and up. But the point is, none of these investments are cheap. And putting money into a venue, which at the end of the day, it's got to have a limit to the time it can stay open when there's other opportunities perhaps around. You know, that's my final comment. But I'm aware of all the issues. And the other final comment is the closed Hallgen Sports Centre. Why? Because the 2 boilers failed. That was it. Closed overnight. End of it, you know, because they couldn't get the £50,000 to replace the boilers. Thanks, Provost. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Flynn. We'll now go to
Provost, sorry, it's a point of clarity that I'm needing.
Okay, what's your point?
Right, it's about Councillor Flynn asking Mr. Kirktrick a couple of questions, and it was about the Astro. Now, is this the Astro at the centre, or is it the Astro at the high school they were talking about?
I don't know. We'll go to Councillor Flynn. You mentioned
Provost,
Astro.
Yep, Provost, I don't know. It was mentioned by the Mr. Fitzpatrick saying that the Astro was in excellent condition. Now, I don't know which Astro it is, but he referred to an Astro, and
that's
because we're talking about the wreck, then I assume it's the Astro.
That's what I'm asking, Jim. Sorry.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Kirktrick.
Provost, there is a 3G school, a 3G pitch at the school which would be retained. That's also used by customers of the recreation centre, but there is 3 small 5-side, 7-side type synthetic surfaces next to the recreation centre. The intention would be to leave those available for community access.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. One of the questions that was asked by the deputation, and I asked it at the meeting with yourself yesterday, but for openness and transparency, Provost, our amendment asks for a report to come forward, which it has, and we asked that Bonus Recreation Centre go to stage 3. Does this contravene the 6-month rule?
Mr. Moody?
No, in my opinion, it doesn't. It does engage the 6 months rule because Councillor Kerr is referring to the decision in the council meeting in December, which was to move this recreation centre from phase 2 to phase 3 and call for certain reports. I think the reason for it not contravening the 6 months rule is that there's a material change of circumstances. And the material change of circumstances is that the information on the condition report was not in front of you as decision makers, as members of the council, when you took that decision in December. And I think it's hard to see, standing the information that's in the report that's in front of you today, that that's not a material change that may or may not have impacted on your decision making in December. So that, in my view, is the reason why it's competent for you to be considering the recommendations that are before you today.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Moody.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. Can I just clarify with Paul, how much will it cost to get the repairs done, and what standard would they be to? Well, in response to Bailey Kerr's question, we've got indicative costs there that are based on RICS metrics, which has said 2.1 million for the main works. We've estimated up to £4 million based on the asbestos removal that could be associated with those works, but we have highlighted there is risks associated with them of time associated with inflation, professional fees, and anything else in terms of what we'll need to do in terms of ancillary works to accommodate a phased-based approach.
the answer is they will be in excess of £4 million. That's, I think we're pretty sure of that. In terms of quality of the works, it'll be a replacement like for like where we can. So, you know, lights will be replaced by the new modern equivalent of the light. We'll not necessarily be saying here's additional lights. You know, boilers and wiring will be replaced by the new modern equivalents of those to meet current regulations, because clearly works of this extent do represent, in effect, a phased refurbishment of the building when you take them in that extent to start that process, and therefore you have to meet existing regulations. So, you know, they would be to a good standard, but in terms of what they would deliver overall for the building, we're not going to be changing the layout. We're not going to be adding significantly to the suitability of the property. It won't make it any more accessible. It will be virtually a like-for-like type replacement and upgrade.
Thanks, Paul. And I don't know if this is for either you, Malcolm, or Amanda. The longevity of this investment compared to a new facility. Obviously, yourself in response to Bailey Kerr's question. This we're looking at, and as has been highlighted in the Curry and Brown report, we give you an investment profile of between 5 and 10 years. And again, it depends on the life expectancy of those elements that could bring you into that. And there would be additional works that would then start to arise as you go through. You can build a brand new building. We would generally expect anywhere between 40 and 50 years in a new building. There would still be maintenance costs associated with that, but they would obviously be considerably less than a building that was built in the early 1970s, as we have here. Okay, and probably my last question: for the £4 million that you've quoted, will it make the facility better?
Well, I think I'm probably the wrong person to ask in that. Given my physique, I'm not familiar with the sports facilities, but I think the short answer is it's not going to improve its suitability or provide any additional accommodation or any additional capacity. It will just repair and replace the elements that are life expired or at risk of failure, which would disrupt service delivery and potentially pose a risk of injury, as outlined in the report.
Thank you very much. And just a quick summary, if you don't mind, Provost. The emotional side in a debate is something that can't be ignored. But we need to remember the financial aspects that needs to be considered. We want a leisure facility in Bowness. What would have been great at this point if it was agreed to say we're shutting the recreation centre. It would be great to say, but this is what you're getting. But we've not got that stage. But that would have been the ideal scenario. But as Councillor Hannah has already alluded to, the work that Mr. Kettrick and Mr. Benny and his team and Mr. Templeton has contributed to this full debate over the last months has been remarkable. So thank you very much. Thanks, James.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. We'll go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks very much, Provost. I'm a bit confused regarding some of Mr. Kettrick's earlier comments. Is there actually a visible crack in the swimming pool, or do we know where the water is likely to be coming from?
Mr. Kettrick.
Provost, there is a visible crack, and it's shown in one of the photographs in the report, and there is clearly spalling of the surface around that crack. In terms of visibility of water coming in, there was certainly in one recent visit there was water on the floor that appeared to have seeped through. There was still a dampness and a moisture on the wall, but I've also been there when it has been relatively dry, and it really does depend on the pool.
What there is evidence, though, if you look around, and you can see it in some of the photographs, and if you go out there, there is staining in other areas of the wall where clearly water has lapped over or has come and down through. So there is evidence of it. The extent of it, we do not know how that has permeated in through the tank itself, or how much has actually come up and over the top, and that's why we need the structural engineers. But there is an evident crack on that corner where it is at, and it has shown signs of being wet in the past. Hence why there is the spalling of the kind of plaster finish coming off.
Thanks for clarifying that, Paul.
Thanks very much. We'll go to Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost. I want to start by thanking the deputations and everyone that I have spoken to on the proposed closure of the recreation centre. I know how much the centre is valued, and I want to be clear that I acknowledge, as does the administration and the council, the passion, emotion and anger surrounding this discussion. I have listened carefully and in good faith, and today I have a very heavy heart. In the report in full, including the condition surveys, casts a really dark shadow over any hopes to save a centre, and are a really stark reminder that we as a council need to take earlier decisions to improve and invest in facilities. This is a legacy of bad decisions that we are having to deal with today, and in almost every council meeting since I've been elected. We've heard from officers how critical the situation is, and with repairs just to make it safe, running into the millions. We have a duty of care to protect the public and ensure their safety as well, as officers and also Mr Moody has alluded to. The level of investment detailed to bring the building up to a reasonable standard is behind the scenes, and it would it not be better invested in a more new modern facility that has the lifespan of decades rather than a few additional years at most that we get from the wreck if we decided to keep it open. I want the best for our community and for our council, and I believe that the better plan is to invest in the newer facility at the academy, and would serve us better than trying to breathe life into a facility that is clearly isn't delivering value and is costing now over £1 million in taxpayers' money every year. I don't believe any person in this room today became a councillor to close any sorts of buildings. I know I certainly didn't, and I didn't expect to either. We all love our communities and want to make it better. I wish for the future of the centre it could be very different. But if council had made the decisions in the past, the situation would have been very different today. But that is not where we are, unfortunately. Nothing about this is easy. There is no part of this that is straightforward, and I am committed and will continue to tirelessly work hard to ensure that the communities that I serve in Bowness and Blackness get the best investment deal needed to have community access to high quality, modern and fit for purpose sports and leisure facilities, which is sustainable for the future. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Devine. We'll now go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I didn't really intend speaking on this agenda item, but I'll just express my thanks to everybody for putting their views forward. It's been a very interesting debate and discussion. Emotions do run high, and I can understand where, maybe some comments feel a wee bit heated, and it's totally understandable. I don't take any exception to anything that's been said. First point I'd like to make is it's actually a point of clarification from our Chief Governance Officer. I'd say I had no real intention of speaking to this agenda item, but it was provoked by Bailey Kerr when he asked the question about the 6-month rule, and Mr Moody came back and gave his view on it. I want to just drill down on that a wee bit, Colin, if you don't mind. If you have a look at the very first sentence within the purpose of the report. I'll read it out so that you don't have to. The purpose of this report is to provide an update to Falkirk Council on the Bowness Recreation Centre, which elected members agreed to move from phase 2 into phase 3 of the SPR at the December 2023 council meeting. We've already agreed to move it from phase 2 to phase 3. That's a decision that was made by the council in December. I understand Mr. Moody's take on it, that the material considerations have been brought in there, but we've already made that decision. Could I maybe just seek Mr. Moody's interpretation of this?
Mr. Moody.
Yes, if I can re-emphasise the point that I made earlier, Provost, except I think that the standing order is engaged, so there is a change in the decision from December, but the standing order itself has within it the ability to take those decisions again within 6 months if certain circumstances apply. So one of them is there's a legal obligation. One of them is there's a 2/3 majority of members vote for that to be the case. The other one is that there's a material change in circumstances. And the opinion I was putting forward to you, Provost, earlier in response to Bailey Kerr's question is that there's a material change in circumstances here. And again, just to emphasise the point, it rests on the fact that the conditions survey, which to me is plainly material to the issue which is before the council, was not in front of you as decision makers when the decision to say that the recreation centre was not to close and was to move from phase 2 to 3 was taken at the December council meeting to which Councillor McCabe refers.
Yes, thank you. Councillor McCabe?
Agree and disagree. We didn't have the report which was submitted by our officers this time round, but we also heard from Mr. Fitzpatrick with his report, which suggested that there was a difference of opinion between his reading of the report and what he felt was actually the case. So, as much as it's a material change, I'm actually a wee bit surprised that Mr. Moody saying that. I actually thought that when the council had made the decision, that was pretty much it for the 6 months. But very interested to hear Mr. Moody's take on that. So all I'm really going to close with is the fact that yes, we have had the material change, the submission of the report from the officers from the external independent surveyor. But we've also heard, I felt, very professionally from Mr. Fitzpatrick and his interpretation of the report. So I would just like councillors to bear that in mind when they're coming to make the decision. Thanks very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Bailey Buchanan, did you have your hand up?
Yes. Thank
you.
Can you hear me?
Bailey Buchanan.
Hear me, Provost?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. This has been a very long day, but this is major issues that we've been talking about, and obviously, as Councillor McCabe says, very emotional. I think it was very important that we heard from Mr. Fitzpatrick, because over the years there has been questions in relation to reports coming forward, and this is no disrespect to any officers, and we realise the wonderful work that they've been doing with this report bringing forward for a long period of time. But it does beg the question. The fact is that, and I'll just keep this simple, after hearing the representations for the community of Bowness, and Bowness is an area like Bonnybridge over the years that's been downtrodden by the fact there's been lacking investment, but that was then. We're talking about now. Bowness is a wonderful community, the same as Bonnybridge and many other communities, and really support the two representations made by Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Aitchison. And I will be, just to keep it simple, I will be supporting them, and there is no way in this world that I would try and support any closure of any facility in Bowness or anywhere else. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Bill Buchanan. I think I'll go to Councillor Bunn. Did you have your light on? No. Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Ritchie no. Councillor Garner to sum up.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Provost.
Well, I'll go to Councillor Spears finally, then we'll go to Councillor Garner to sum up.
Okay, thank you. We've heard words today like heavy heart, bad decision, duty of care, value, the love of community and sustainability. Our job here as elected members, who our communities have put their trust in, is to represent their view. Now, I've worked in industry all my life. I've served my country. And we do that knowing there'll be disasters, there'll be breakdowns. As I've said before, my favourite line for a movie is life is either a series of hurdles or a great adventure. But hurdles are part of life. And every building needs maintenance. We all have houses, we all have to paint them. We all get leaks in the roof, we have to fix them. But to close a facility and with a devastating result on a community on the grounds that we're not going to carry out some form of maintenance on it and that everything has to be completely renewed. We used the analogy earlier. If a ring goes in your cooker, you don't replace the cooker, you replace the ring. We have a chance here to keep this facility open. We're not saying all the repairs will be done overnight. There'll be a phased, obviously it will be phased in as we can afford it, like every household in this district is doing just now with their house, whether they can heat it or whether they can eat in it. And we need to realise that we put the community first here, and not the money we get for the Scottish Government or the Westminster cuts. We are here to put our community first. So that's what I would recommend that you think about today, because your community will certainly be thinking about it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to Councillor Garner to sum up.
Thank you, Provost, and it will be a really short summing up. As Sport and Leisure spokesperson for Falkirk Council, the last thing I want to do is remove any facilities, and I fully understand what everyone has said during this debate, previous debates, during many meetings and speaking with users and user groups. But I stated in my opening remarks that I truly believe we need to stop spending money on facilities that are no longer fit for purpose, heavily subsidised and nearing the end of life. We should be considering what modern facilities our communities need. In fact, myself, Councillor Redmond, Councillor Sinclair and Bailey Kerr recently visited our council areas and we've seen what we could actually be achieving in Falkirk District. We all left realising we have a real problem within our ageing estate here in Falkirk. We need an area-wide approach, not just for Bowness and Grangemouth, but for the Braes, Denny, Bonnybridge, Banknock and Larbert, to name a few, and how we invest in sustainable, fit-for-purpose sport and leisure facilities for all our residents and communities. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gardner. We'll now go to the vote.
Provost.
Oh, sorry, Bailey Kerr.
I gave assurance to Councillor Ritchie, Lynn Monroe, that our group would listen to the debate and get everybody's views before we came to a decision. The debate is now finished, and I would like 5 minutes with my group to have that discussion.
Okay, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to discuss things with your group, Bailey Kerr, and we'll now go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion before the council, which is moved by Councillor Garner and seconded by Councillor Colley, consists of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of the report with the additional clause inserted, calling for the further report, against which we have an amendment which has been moved by Councillor Aitchison and seconded by Councillor Ritchie, which was adjusted during the course of the debate. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
I believe that Councillor Murtagh has had to leave the meeting, but just to confirm. Thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 15 votes for the motion. There are 13 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Okay.
You lot really need to look at yourself. The emergency statutory services. Okay. But falsely represent them. My God. I saw. You children will judge you.
Okay, so it's gone 5 o'clock, so we're now going to suspend standing orders and see we've still got swimming pools, SPR and polling places to do. So there was a suggestion that we hear the deputation for the swimming pools and ask questions of the deputy and carry over everything till tomorrow, which would be about 11:30. So, but in your hands.
I think that sounds a fair idea.
That sounds fair enough?
Happy with that, Provost.
Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Anslow?
Yes, sorry, Provost, but the scrutiny committee's on in the morning unless it's been cancelled.
No, the scrutiny committee starts at 9:15. There's a pre-meet and we start officially at 10 o'clock. So we'll probably have an hour at scrutiny and then the council meeting will start at 11:30.
Okay, Provost, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Spears?
Thank you. I would suggest we move it to Friday, as there's not many committee meetings on a Friday. People have preparation to do for scrutiny, and I already have full diaries. But since there's very few meetings on a Friday, then I would suggest that as an easier day for everybody.
So what's the feeling tomorrow? It's everybody.
There's COSLA meetings on Friday morning.
Okay.
There's also IJB.
IJB, yeah.
So is the general consensus tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay,
Tomorrow.
right. So we'll continue tomorrow, but first of all, we'll hear the deputation on the swimming pools, and it's Mr. McTavish. McCavish. Mr. McCavish. You've been very patient. You waited all day, so.
No, thank you, and thank you for indulging me and hearing me. It has indeed been a long day, but it's been a long day for all of you, so thank you. So I will try and keep it brief. So I am the current chair of the Falkirk Integrated Regional Swimming Team, which is a big title. I'll try and explain who we are, what we do, and how the proposals for pricing might impact us. So my aim is to just ensure that you understand what the consequences might be for us. So we are the performance swimming team for the region. So we take swimmers from the 3 swimming clubs in the area. So we take the swimmers who want to take their swimming as serious as they can from Bowness, from Falkirk, and from the Grangemouth clubs. So we provide those swimmers. We have 31 in our team at the moment. We provide the 31 of them with opportunities to train and compete at a national level. So there are 20. So in April, there is the National Championships for Scotland. So 25 of our swimmers will be going to Aberdeen to represent this region at the National Championships. Next Saturday and Sunday, we have our annual gala. So that there will be 375 swimmers, largely from across the Central Belt, just downstairs in the swimming pool or competing. We have 1 or 2 notable, I guess, ex-swimmers or people that have gone through our training program. So Duncan Scott would be the most notable one. So he's an Olympic, World and Commonwealth and European champion. You know, he's got 42 medals at national games. Probably at the last Commonwealth Games, we might have had 2 swimmers that would have been in contention for the Scottish team. COVID unfortunately disrupted that. That didn't quite happen for them. So since this discussion has started about the proposed increases to pool prices, 2 of our swimmers have gone to Stirling. I'll describe what that means. So Stirling is the next closest place. If you want to do performance swimming, Stirling just up the road is where you would go. Losing those two swimmers means, in effect, we have lost £2,000 or £2,500 worth of income. I'll describe that in a bit more. So there's been quite a bit of talk today about swimming, sports facilities and what the region might need. So I was just going to describe what we need. And so because we're trying to get swimmers to perform at a national level, they need 17 to 19 hours a week of training. And for us, the bonus rec, I know we've just had a very long conversation about that. I'm trying not to stray into reopening that debate. That's been a long debate. The bonus facility is just fine for us. So in an ideal world, we would have a 25-metre pool that is deep enough for us to dive into. And that's what we really love to do. But because we're trying to do performance swimming, we don't have an option or an opportunity to reduce the amount of pool time that we give to them. And I'm trying to explain the reasons why we don't have any opportunities to reduce the amount of training time that we've got. So essentially, the speed you get through water is down to your basic technique, and then it's just down to stamina as to how long you can sustain that speed. And the only way you get the stamina is by putting time in the pool and training for long hours. And that's why our swimmers do 17 to 19 hours a week of training. If they try to do less than that, then they would just not be competitive at competitions. So if we were to cut down the amount of training time to give them, there's almost no point in them starting. There's almost no point in us being there as a club. It's kind of all or nothing. It's not binary. So we train currently partly at Bowness and partly at Grangemouth High School in the school pool there. So apart from Larbert School, which we talked about earlier, all of the other school pools are 20 metres, so they're shorter and they're shallow. So I'll explain what that means to us. So our swimmers, when they're swimming, they might do a 200 metres, 400 metres in one go. They don't stop. When they turn at the end of the pool, when they push off the side of the pool, they glide for eight or so metres. Then they come up. They then swim for 10 metres into a 20-metre pool, and then you have to stop and turn again. So in a 20-metre pool, we're only getting 10 metres of aerobic activity. In a 25-metre pool, we're getting 15 metres. So you put us in the smaller pool, our swimmers are working less hard, just proportionally, because it's just physics. We can't sort of get around that. The other challenge we have with some of the school pools is they're too shallow for us to dive in. So if we're going to train to compete, apart from if you're going to do backstroke, the way you start a race is by diving in, but we can't practice the start of the race because the pool's too shallow. You can't dive in. It's not safe. The other thing I would point out about these smaller pools is if you think of a lane is 20 metres long, so you go up the lane and then you come back down. So within that lane, we've got 40 metres of length. If you've got a swimmer in and from their sort of tip of their toes to when their arms are outstretched, they are 2.5 to 3 metres in length. So if I put 5 people in a pool, I'm now at roughly sort of 18 or 19 metres of the pool taken up. I've only got 2 metres in between. Like you almost, they have to swim at the same rate. So almost they will swim at the slowest rate. Not everyone trains at the same speed. So small pools are a problem for us. There's only so far we can densify and get people in. Yeah, that's, so we could probably get 30 swimmers in a 25-metre pool. If we're in a 24-metre pool, sorry, a 20-metre pool, we probably only get 24 swimmers in. So the pool size makes a difference to us about what we can get in and how in effect, how many swimmers can utilise that pool all at once. I believe the proposal that you will discuss tomorrow, a lot of that is around a benchmark for an average price of hiring a pool within Scotland. When you produce benchmarks, and so this is not a comment on the officers, this is a comment on Sport Scotland. I'm not a big fan. So when you produce a benchmark, you need to be clear about what the benchmark is for and how it's going to be used. I do not believe that Sport Scotland have been clear about that. I think they've been negligent in producing the benchmarks that they have. And I think that has resulted in us and you as the council engaging in the wrong debate because we're talking about the wrong things. So council officers know that the data set is flawed. So I'll just explain why. So I'm not an expert in pool pricing. I've learned a bit more over the last couple of months. So it's about really what has been benchmarked and what is the cost that has been benchmarked. So is it a commercial one-off let? So have I turned up to run a child's party in a pool for a one-off? That would accrue a certain price. So are you providing lifeguards at £25 an hour? Is that in the price? Is that not in the price? So when you actually look at the data set that has been used to provide this benchmark of £63 for 45 minutes of hiring, it's fundamentally flawed. So within the benchmark, there are 32 local authorities. Only 24 of those local authorities have submitted prices. So we're missing authorities already. I believe 16 of the prices within the 24 that are submitted, I'm not sure, I would have a serious question as to whether they're indeed the right price. So I'm going to give you some examples of the areas that I know of that I look in the data set. So if you look in the data set, West Lothian is included as £75 per hour. We know that West Lothian as a swim club play £47.50 an hour. Edinburgh is included in the data set at £96 an hour. They pay £63 an hour. East Lothian is in at £145.80 per hour. They pay £60 an hour. I can carry on. There are just serious errors in this data set that means that the conclusions you're trying to arrive at are the wrong conclusions. And probably, I'm going to say most telling of all, the value that's included in the data set for hiring a pool in Falkirk is £85 an hour. Now, part of the reason why you're going to have the debate tomorrow is that we're only currently paying £16 an hour. So like that's an 81% inaccuracy. That is the data set that has been used to provide you with the price that suggests the average cost across the country is £63 for 45 minutes of hire. It's simply not true. It's inaccurate. And therefore we are engaging in the wrong debate, not the right debate. So my suspicion is that the average price, and I don't know this for certain, is something like
Mr. McCavish, 1 minute left. I know you've got a lot to say, okay, but it's 1 minute left.
Okay, right. So let me just describe the consequence to them. So we have an income of sort of £58,000 to £60,000 a year. We've got costs of sort of roughly £45,000 a year. That leaves us with £12,000 or £15,000 to spend on full access. If we went to £63 for 45 minutes as a hire, that means I've got to increase costs of £45,000. And the only place I can go to get those costs is directly to parents. So that £45,000 is going to come from 30 parents. That means I'm going to go and ask them for an extra £1,500 a year. We currently charge £110 a month. That is broadly around the national average. At Stirling, it's £111 a month. If I go beyond 120, everyone's going to go to Stirling. All I would do is chase the money around the remaining parents until they can no longer afford swimming. So at £63 an hour, I can absolutely guarantee, sitting here now, as a swimming club, we will stop by the summer. I've probably got enough money to get through to the summer, the British Championships, June-ish time. We can probably survive that. Beyond that, it can't exist. The mathematics will not allow it.
Yeah, that's your time up, Mr. McCavish. We'll open up for questions and we'll go to Councillor Steinbach first of all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Provost, and thanks, Mr. McCavish. I think you've went into it in some detail that on my first question, which what would be your response. Could I just ask how often First and the clubs that are associated to your organisation have increased their prices in the last 5 years?
I have only been enrolled since August, so I'm not sure I can actually give you an answer as to where we are on pricing. Our pricing is broadly in line with the national average. As I say, at Stirling, it's £111 a month. I'm at 110. I can maybe go to 120, 130, but beyond that, everyone's going to drive to Stirling.
Thank you very much.
I'll just chase the money around everyone else so no one can afford it.
Right, thank you very much. The First, and again, just to the best of your knowledge, your associated clubs use their own lifeguards during sessions.
We do. So if we didn't do that, the council would incur costs roughly of probably £25 an hour if you include own costs to provide lifeguards. Most of the lifeguards come from the swimming club. So if we don't exist in the future, you'll start to wonder where your lifeguards are coming from.
Thank you very much. My final question is, do you, and again, to the best of your knowledge, the associated clubs set the length of your sessions in 45-minute increments?
No, we work on hours.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. No further questions, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbach. Now go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and hi, Philip. I assumed you thought I'd have a couple of questions, and it's really good we've maybe got a representative for Scottish Swimming at the back. Maybe he can answer part of one of my first questions. How much funding do you receive for Scottish Swimming? Do you feel it's adequate, and is this the same as other clubs you know around the country?
So we receive £5,000 a year from Scottish Swimming. We receive £3,000 a year from the member clubs of Falkirk, Bowness and Grangemouth. And we make £6,000 a year from a gala, which is next weekend. So Saturday and Sunday, you're all welcome to come and see us. We will be downstairs. And the rest of our money comes from parents. How our income benchmarks with other clubs, I don't know.
You don't know about that. I don't know if we'll maybe can find out for Scottish Swimming. Could a model potentially be worked on with the other clubs? And I understand that the professional coaches are shared by other clubs as well.
So one thing I would like to sort of point out is that we've had a net outflow of money to the council of £15,000 this year. So previously, as a council, you provided us with £5,000 of funding. And through increases in pool costs, the right thing for us to do, we've paying the council £10,000 more, so net £15,000. We have accommodated that change in costs without increasing costs to our parents. So that's through us reducing the cost of employing professional coaches. So some of that, one of our coaches is now shared with Grangemouth Swimming Club. So we've done what we can within our budget to accommodate, I guess, £15,000 of funds going to the council. It's absolutely the right thing to do in these financial times. That's kind of all of our slack gone. And therefore, any increase in costs now, I've only got one place I can go.
Okay. It's my understanding through speaking to you as well that the current pool usage for First is 19 hours a week, which equates to something like, well, I kind of worked out to 10,066 hours per year, with almost 40% of that being free usage, as in early morning swimming before most of us are out our beds. Is that correct? And do we know if that happens in other council areas as well?
So I'll explain. Well, I think I can answer one of the questions. I'm not sure I can answer all of the questions. So we use Bonus Rec, or we currently do. We'll find out what happens in the future given the motion that's been passed today, Monday to Friday, and we use downstairs on a Saturday morning. Those times are free. I think that's because it's a marginal cost. No other member of the public seems to want to get up and use a leisure facility at that point in time. So you're heating the pools. There is no cost. In effect, the person that opens is the cleaner. We provide the lifeguards. We use the facility for an hour. Your staff turn up at 7. We all move on from there. So I think, well, I'm probably not best placed to answer your second question around how does that work elsewhere. There's a range of different funding facilities and payment facilities in place with different clubs. So it works in different ways. In essence, I've got £15,000 to spend on pool access. We can calculate in different ways as to what that means as a cost per hour. But that's the sum of money I've got.
Okay, and the last one's a quick question. Are you able to increase the numbers in first from 31 to whatever to make it more financially viable? Or is that down to the talent that you've got before you?
It's partly down to the swimmers that are coming through the clubs. It's great, and I think if I understand it, there's a desire to increase the Learn to Swim programme. That should provide a steady pipeline of people that want to carry on swimming in the future. That would be fantastic. Where we are right now, 32 is probably about as big as we've ever got. I think the challenge of how do we accommodate it comes back to how many people can get in a pool and usefully train at a quality standard. It comes back to just how big is the pool, how many lanes.
No, I get that, but obviously the decisions we're making are trying to keep as many pools open as possible as we can as well. Okay, thank you, Phil.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Provost. Just a couple of questions for Ms McTavish. You said that you base it on an hourly rate. So are you sort of suggesting that if you only use, for example, an hour, you're paying for an hour and a half because the council charges you 45-minute units, or do they charge you fractions of that?
So at the moment that makes perfect sense. Thank you. So in the evenings, for example, we probably want to use the pool for 2 hours, but because of the 45-minute increments, we end up paying in 2.25 hours.
Right. So you're paying more than you need to.
Yes.
So
but because the cost is
if we were able to change the structure to hourly, I don't know if it's possible, then that would save you money.
It would help marginally, yes.
Yeah. And the other question really relates to saving money as well. I know there's 6 lanes and sometimes in some more places there's 7, but would you be able to reduce it to 4 lanes? Would that help? And would the council then just charge you pro rata? So if anyone else wanted to use the spare lanes, because I've seen situations in the past, I've been involved with a swimming club many years ago, but I've seen situations where a number of lanes are closed off and some are used for the public and some are used for, proper swimmers that are training, as it were. Would that help reduce number of lanes to say 4?
It might do. So there are different ways around how we look. So ultimately, I would entirely agree with the thrust of your question, which is if we're going to use pools, we need to maximise the utilisation of the pools. And there are different ways of going about that. The only difference we might encounter with if we were to share it with other members of the public is that currently we provide the lifeguarding ourselves, and therefore the sort of £20-25 an hour, which would be incurred for lifeguarding costs, isn't incurred by the council. So if we opened it up for other public members, we might just have another cost. I don't know, I'm guessing, but that might be an issue. But we're happy to explore any and all ways of maximising utilisation of the pool.
Yeah, no, it'd be a real shame if your organisation had to fold and we lost that opportunity. We have very, very successful swimmers in the past, as you know, from the Bobby McGregor days right up to more recent days. And having been involved in swimming with my children, I'm all for the supporting things. So hopefully we'll get some agreement on that. Thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Councillor Flynn. We'll now go to Bailey Care.
Thanks, Provost. Ms McTavish, when you say that you use Greensmouth in the weekend, are you able to use it during the week going forward?
So currently the pool here is used by Grangemouth Swimming Club Monday to Friday. We use it on a Saturday, and the Bonus Club use the Bonus Rec on a Saturday morning. So there's some between the different swimming clubs. The pools are used Monday to Saturday. Just different people using them at different times.
Do they use it at the same time as you use them in the morning?
Yes. So our swimmers are in from 6 till 7:30, and then they're off to school.
Yeah.
So yes, it's, you know, we're using the pools broadly before the public are trying to get there.
And my next question is, so you answered the first part of 6 till 7:30. What times in the evening do you use them?
We are using between 4:45 and sort of 7:30. It varies on different days. But we're sort of getting them after school when they've had a bit to eat. Sometimes there's different days they'll train twice a day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. So thanks very much for your statement, Mr. McGavish, and we'll continue this tomorrow. So if you would like to take back to your seat.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for listening. Thank you.
You're welcome. So back here tomorrow, 11:30, and there's no lunch provided, so just bear that in mind.